It is.
Might want to
We take a roll call.
Councilmember Fahey,
Here.
Mayor Lay,
Here.
Councilmember Bierman, Councilmember Hefner,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Kern, Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson. One nation.
One who is absent. I know Mayor Pro Tem will join us in a few minutes. I have not heard that Council Member Kern is going to be absent tonight, so hopefully she'll arrive soon. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes. Now is the time when we have public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. Please, if you're interested in giving a comment on an item not on the agenda, make sure that it is in fact not on the agenda. If it's not and you'd like to make a comment, you can fill out a card, which is right outside the chamber's door, and give it to the city clerk at the end of the dais, and she'll call your name when it's time to speak. If you're online, just raise your hand on Zoom, and the same will happen there. Every speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you have another person who's willing to cede their time to you, or one or more, you can speak for up to 6 minutes. We ask that people refrain from clapping and jumping up and down and hooting and hollering and that kind of stuff, because it tends to discourage people who might have something to say but might be otherwise a little bit reticent to do so. And I appreciate your showing that courtesy. Welcome, Councilmember Kern. And do we have any comments on items not on the agenda?
Up first will be Laurel Cole, to be followed by J.R. Kettleson.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laurel Cole. I'm a Louisville resident, and I'm also the chairperson of the Louisville Library Board of Trustees. I'm here just to share with you a couple of wonderful, exciting things that are going on with the library this summer. If you've entered the library in the last 10 days, you might have noticed that there's an energy permeating the building. The summer reading program started just 10 days ago, and readers, children, teens, and adults are already earning prizes for doing their summer reading. It's open to all ages, so I would encourage you to register if you haven't already. And prizes and rewards are given at registration and when participants read 10, 20, 30, or 50 days. There's also a local business scavenger hunt. So as you go around downtown, you might see weird words hanging in people's doors. Last year, we had 935 adults participate in the reading program, 640 teenagers, and 1,719 children, for a total of 3,294 people participating in the summer reading program. It's huge and it's wonderful. I hope I don't have to tell you how great our library is, but let me continue. There's over 35 programs that the library is hosting this summer, including some summer reading stories at the parks on Fridays for our littlest residents, Rocket Academy for children in grades 1 through 6, the Fisk Planetarium Meteorite Program for teens and adults, a fine feathered adventure puppet show for families, and a teen chocolate Olympics for our teenagers. I wanted to invite you all next Wednesday, June 12th, right out on Front Street from 10 to 12. There will be bounce houses, cotton candy, carnival games, and all sorts of fun. So please join us and show your support for our wonderful Louisville Library. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And it's funded by the Louisville Public Library Foundation. They're very important. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is J.R. Kettleson, to be followed by Peggy Leach.
I always have to lower the microphone. Not that tall. Hello, my name is J.R. Kettleson. I'm a resident of Louisville. I'm also the chair of the Cultural Advisory Board. And so I am here tonight to also talk about some of the great things we have going on. But specifically, I'm here tonight to invite the council, the mayor and mayor pro tem to come to our block party, fire station block party, which will be next Sunday. This Sunday actually will be this Sunday on the 9th. It's from 3:30 to 7 o'clock. And we'd like to invite everybody to come out to that. And that again, that is funded by the citizens of Louisville. That's part of what we put on as the Cultural Advisory Board. And I would like to thank it's the Cultural Advisory Board. We're also in collaboration with the Cultural Caravan, which is a nonprofit organization from Boulder, and Marshall Together. So those organizations, are putting this event on. This is going to be a little bit different than last year. It's going to be bigger. As one of the flyers says, it's all kinds of favorite trucks, food trucks, ice cream trucks, and fire trucks. So, and the band, I personally know some of the musicians. Well, I know the musicians in the band, and it's going to be an awesome day, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're also going to have more entertainment this year for teens and kids. So we'd like to invite everybody to come out to that, come out and check it out. And then following next week on the 13th of June, Thursday night, is our first concerts in the park. And the band will be the Fretliners. The Fretliners are an up and coming bluegrass band that is playing major festivals this year. They'll be at the Telluride Bluegrass Festival. They'll be at Rocky Grass. They will also be at a couple of other festivals. But so come out and enjoy that. We're kicking that off. So we've got 5 shows coming up. I want to give a big thanks to the members of the Cultural Advisory Board for working, with us and coming up with these great ideas. I'd like to thank them. That's Mohammed Ghali, Raina Pomeroy. I hope I don't forget anybody. It's also Beth McLennan, Sarah Stoughton, and Kenny Vasco, and myself. And also another big thanks out to the City of Louisville staff, including Sharon, the director of the cultural services, Iris Belinsky, who's the arts and special events program manager, and then newly hired John Zamora, who's the special events coordinator. So big thanks to everybody. Please, everybody, come out and enjoy it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Peggy Leach is next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Peggy Leach, and I live at 209 South Lincoln Avenue here in Louisville. I'm here tonight to speak on minimum wage and to get you thinking about solutions over the next couple of months. As I'm sure you know, Louisville has been involved with other Boulder County municipalities on this issue through the consortium of cities for about 2 years. An economic impact study will be available. Okay. All right. So at that time, you should have more information to make a decision. I've attended 2 of the listening sessions, one in Louisville and one in Longmont. And from those listening sessions, I would say there was a consensus that workers in Boulder County should be paid a living wage. No one should have to work 2 or 3 jobs or go to food banks and request other public assistance just to make ends meet. The dignity of being able to support you and your family while also being able to spend time with your family is very important, not only to workers, but to the whole community. In those listening sessions, I heard from small business owners as well as other community members. Those small business owners agreed that workers deserve a living wage, and some even supported an official increase in the minimum wage, but they found it a little scary. As you know, the minimum wage in unincorporated Boulder County was raised in January with plans to reach $25 an hour by 2030. So sure, from the current $14.42 an hour to $25 an hour sounds pretty scary. But remember, that is over 5 years away. It won't happen all at once. And an average family in Boulder County currently requires over $22 an hour just to make ends meet. So we already have a gap of about $8 an hour. I encourage all of you to be open to an increase in the minimum wage in Louisville, and I have confidence that a workable solution can be worked out that supports our workers as well as our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like that is the group for tonight. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay, appreciate that. We ask for, let's see, a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you very much. I had an opportunity to attend the Front Range Grassland Fire Workshop on the 29th of May. It was incredibly informative, a lot of experts on how to maintain or how to help mitigate against grassland wildfires. I want to really give a shout out. We had many members of our open space team in attendance and some residents as well. It was informative, and it turns out that we are already on the path of doing a lot of things that some of the best experts in the field are recommending that we do. We still have more to go. So I really encourage everybody on council and in the public to really keep an open mind to the new science that's out there that will help us to mitigate against future wildfires. And I think that the information that was presented and knowing how many members of our staff were there is really telling as to the excellence in our team helping us mitigate this. Thank you.
Any other council members? I have a couple. First, I had the privilege of attending the Dinner on Main on Friday, which was a gathering of, I guess, me and 250 of all our closest friends on tables down Main Street. And it was sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, the city, a lot of others as well. Chamber of Commerce did all the legwork, and I wanted to give a shout out to them for the fine work that they did. It was so much fun. It just is it's one of those quintessential Louisville community events. And I think the folks that went had a great time eating and conversing and dancing. Councilmember Hamilton was cutting it up out there, as well as others. And hopefully it'll be even bigger next year. So thanks for that. On Saturday, there was Summerfest and the Farmers Market. Summerfest also sponsored by the Chamber, and that was a great event. And earlier on Saturday was Touch Truck, which is one of my favorite events of the season. And I think there are even some kids there, in addition to all the adults that always like going to that. So anyway, thanks to staff and to everybody who participated and going to that. All right. Anybody else? All right. City managers. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just because we're on it, I'll just mention that this Saturday is Louisville Live down on Main Street. So it's live music all down Main Street. There'll be 10 to 20 bands performing all at the same time, all down Main Street on Saturday. So that is another fun, just community event. So hope some of you come down for that.
Pro Tem. All right. See, City Manager, do you have a report tonight?
Yes, a brief one, Mayor. Thank you. I'll continue the theme with arts and culture. Want to make sure everybody knows that the street fair starts next Friday as well. So we have music in the park Thursday. Street fair starts on Friday. Great lineup for both of those events. The pet memorial that we're partnering with Louisville Rising on, the landscaping work is done. We're just waiting on the sculpture now. So if you go out to the Arboretum, you can see where this is going to land. Our landscaping parks team did a great job with setting that up. So it's going to be a great memorial for pets. And then out front of City Hall, if you didn't notice the big interesting piece of concrete, that is the resilience sculpture that is in the works. They hope to finish that next week. They started tiling it today. So another piece of great public art in the community. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. And I'm going to maybe request a little personal privilege to go back for just a second. One of the things we are enjoying maybe for right now is brand new audiovisual setup here. We've had some folks in here as late as 15, 20 minutes ago, tuning and making sure all of the equipment works well. But I am assured that every little blemish on everybody's face is now fully visible to the listening audience. So that was great to learn. Another thing that's important, I think, is we continue to have questions in the community about whether all of the people in Louisville are on Everbridge, which is the preparedness opt-in alert. Doesn't happen naturally. You have to sign up for it. The answer is no. There are still people who haven't signed up for it. So I'm probably going to continue to keep pounding away at this. I have the website that you go to sign up for this. It's really easy, and you'll get notified in the event of an emergency of any sort. Is https://boulderodm.gov. And then you can get to preparedness and Everbridge. But if you go to boulderodm.gov, you will be able to get to it. Please sign up for it. Really important. And along with that, we're going to be doing in due course here a test of the Everbridge system. And I'm very excited about that because I think a lot of people are wanting to know how that works and how, if there are pockets where it's not reaching, tweak those. If there are pockets that we're reaching that maybe over in Erie or wherever that shouldn't be getting alerts, we'll get news of that too. So that's coming. Anyway, thank you for the personal privilege. Thanks. All right, on to regular business. First is proclamation of Natural Gun Violence Awareness Day. And sorry.
I missed something. You're good. Keep going.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's all right. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Hamilton, who's going to read the proclamation. Make a motion.
Thank you. It's my honor to read this proclamation tonight declaring June 7th to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day, more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 sustain non-fatal firearm injuries over the last 5 years. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to be killed with guns than people in other developed countries. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is a mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas city councils and law enforcement officers know their communities best, are the most familiar with local crime activity and how to address it, and are positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas June 2nd, 2023 would have been the 27th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade, which was tragically shot and killed just weeks later. And whereas to help honor Hadia and the 120 Americans whose lives are cut short and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 7th, 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. And orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 7th to help raise awareness about gun violence, and whereas by wearing orange on June 7th through 9th, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives and lost human potential of Americans stolen by gun violence. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Louisville, Colorado, does hereby declare June 7th, 2024 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Louisville, to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we, as a community, must do more to reduce gun violence.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve the proclamation declaring June 7th to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Thank you. Our next item is a discussion direction on comprehensive plan update. And doing a staff presentation in just a moment. Just a word about this part. We're not going to be passing anything specifically tonight, but we're going to be giving direction as a council after hearing from staff and asking some questions. We'll have public comment again, as we did before, and then staff will ultimately provide some direction to the staff, and they'll taking this forth for some community engagement. And we're going to hear about that right now. So please, staff presentation.
Nice, thanks. First one to use the new technology to present. So, bear with me. All right. So I'm here tonight to present. The purpose of this item is to sort of general project status update, but specifically to report back to council on the results from the first round of engagement that we just did. There's a full engagement summary in your packet with tons of details. I wanted to highlight a few things from that. The main purpose and the direction we're seeking tonight is regarding upcoming community engagement we're planning on doing around vision and value statements. So tonight is about a preview of what those might look like and getting your input and seeing if they're ready for prime time going forward is the main thing. So for the first round of community engagement for the comp plan, we had good turnout. We had over 10% of the population weigh in some form. And this is the first of at least 3 rounds of community engagement. And we had multiple portals for engagement, open house, online survey. And the questions are really focused on sort of high level, initial, what's most important to you as a resident or business owner for us to address. They're values oriented questions. I'll highlight a few things from the engagement summary. First, as far as the survey went online, good distribution across the city, pretty even distribution across wards. So that was a good sign for us. One other thing that was notable was we did ask people optional question if you rent or own your home. We had over 90% owners take the survey, which is not surprising. Good that we got over 100 renters weighing in, but this is not reflective of the city's overall population. I think we're about 70% owner. So something to work on, and we have ideas for how to do that. Happy to talk about that in terms of engaging more with renters. So some of the themes from the input, again, this is summarized in great detail in your attachment. You can even look at all the raw data of all the actual responses, but sort of thematically around values, we asked the community to weigh in and sort of rank the values from the comp plan of 10 years ago as part of the survey and the open house. All of the values scored well. The top two were safe neighborhoods and integrated open space and trails. The bottom two were connection to the city's heritage and civic participation. Doesn't mean that they are lower priority, it just means they didn't score as high. So we had a couple open-ended questions that we did a lot of analysis on in terms of tagging keywords and themes. One of the questions we asked are, what are your biggest hopes for the future? And so we had a wide range of comments, but some of the themes we heard were around affordable housing, preservation of small town feel, safety related to environmental sustainability. So that's a lot of comments around the fire, but also water, sewer, and other sort of infrastructure capacity issues, downtown revitalization, improved transportation infrastructure, and balanced growth and smart development. I think one of the main purposes of tonight is to sort of lay out the proposal for diving into these very subjective terms and what they really mean to people. These are very subjective words. So we want to certainly keep advancing understanding what those are. One of the targeted questions we asked of community members was, what would you like to see emphasized in future development? The top two were open space dedication and natural resource protection of public lands. And the second one was a focus on small business development, followed third by affordable housing or housing affordability in terms of things that should be addressed with future development on private land mostly. So staff and the project team are proposing a second engagement window, just calling 1.5 because we had two engagement windows. This one would be in between the two. And so the idea is really to recognize how important it is to really drill down on these vision and value statements and get more refinement of them. Some of these subjective, but really important words, small town, inclusive, welcoming, sustainability. Like, what do you mean when you say these words kind of things? So that's the goal of engagement window 1.5. And our plan is, and I'll sort of walk through the schedule here in a minute, but here in the next couple weeks at council's direction to start to take advantage of the warmer months and the events and where people are, intercept them with some questions around values and do some more community engagement just around vision and values. And so the next couple slides, we're just going to walk through the draft vision statement and draft value statements that are in your packet. These again are for consideration for community engagement coming up. So we're not for tonight proposing that we wordsmith these necessarily. That can come later, and I'll walk through the schedule where we come back to you after community input, and then we get into the sort of the confirmation or the affirmation of the values and really get into the wordsmithing. Happy to go any direction you all want to tonight, but for tonight, are these acceptable to take to the community? What sort of refinements and edits would you like to see? So I'll just read this one aloud. And by the way, this is based on our consultants and what they gave us as a draft. And we also did a review of other vision statements of recent comp plans, exemplary comp plans in the area. And last thing I'll say, Planning Commission did give us direction that they would like to see something more concise and succinct than what we have currently. So this reflects that, hopefully. So Louisville is committed to being a healthy, equitable, resilient, and sustainable community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive now and for future generations. We welcome a vibrant future that respects our past and preserves our small town atmosphere. So I expect we'll come back to this. I'll get into the values here in a second. Okay, values. So the draft values, we had 13 in the 2013 plan. This proposal condenses them down to 8. Again, we want to get your input on these before taking it out to the community. The one thing I'll say in prefacing this is the proposal, the idea is that these are sort of like almost like taglines that would have subtext underneath them in qualifying language. So welcoming, inclusive, and supportive. What do those words mean to folks? Are those the right words to be asking the community? Those kinds of questions. The idea being we get input from the community and they help us fill in the blanks in terms of the subtext and the qualifying language that goes underneath each of these. So There's a lot of missing pieces here, we know, but that's the idea, is to ask the community to help us fill in those gaps. So I'll go through these quickly, but the first one is that say Louisville ... is a welcoming, inclusive, and supportive community. We support safe, established, and distinct neighborhoods. We value parks, open space, and natural areas as essential community infrastructure. We prioritize environmental sustainability and resilience. We support vibrant commercial areas, and we support transportation choices and connections to places for all abilities. We support development that maintains or enhances our unique quality of life, and we value transparent and responsible local government. And I'll say each of these in your packet, we noted where the 2013 values would roll into these. So these capture all the 2013 values in some sense, and that's summarized in your packet. So I have to come back to this. Just a couple slides on schedule and next steps, and look forward to the discussion. The next step for the engagement window, we would start as soon as possible over the course of June and July. We would ask folks about these vision and values statements. We would come back to Planning Commission on August 8th in their advisory role to this project to you all, and ask for their input on or confirmation of a vision and values statement. So we would take the community input that we get over the next couple months, draft a revised set of vision and value statements, and then they would weigh in, provide a recommendation of the specific language to council. That would happen on August 20th. And then the next round of engagement would start around October. This is the schedule sort of regardless if we do vision and values engagement in terms of our consultant and what they have time to do and the amount of work that's required to put together future land use scenarios and trade-offs and all that. So we're still on schedule. We're just adding this layer of engagement. That would happen in October of this year-ish, late September, October. This is the schedule in Gantt chart form, basically what I just said, going into October for the next engagement window. And again, this is about a 1.5 year long project scheduled. So target date of adoption is late summer next year, 2025. I did just want to touch briefly on the state bills that passed, particularly House Bill 1313, just making you aware that that did get signed into law. That's the one where we as a city have to define transit areas in our city, which is defined in the bill as a 1/2 mile of the McCaslin Park and Ride, and then a 1/4 mile of the Dash route. And within those areas, we have to define a housing opportunity goal. And within that housing opportunity goal number, we have to essentially calibrate our zoning capacity, residential zoning capacity, to allow for that number of units to possibly be built. Happy to go more into that. And we're still ourselves understanding it and waiting for state guidance on exactly what this means and how this could or should relate to the comp plan. But not a lot of new information, just letting you know we're tracking it and actively thinking about how this will integrate with what we're doing over the summer in particular. So that concludes the main presentation. The questions that we have for you tonight are just certainly any questions or comments about the project in general, but specifically level of support or refinements you'd like to see to those vision and value statements, which again would be going out to the community and asking them and coming back to you in August for really getting into the details and the wordsmithing. So that's it.
Thank you. Let's just start with questions only for staff. Do any counselors have questions for? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I read at one point that there was some things that weren't included in the packet for some reason. What? That you didn't go into the detail of some things. What were those details?
I'm not sure, are you referring to one of the addendum, the public comments?
Yeah, it was one of the, let me see here. When you say requested city council feedback, then attachments, but then it says that analysis methodology. Each question identifies the total number of individual respondents for that question. That's not the one. So where did I get it? I'm not even sure.
Is there One- Well, let me build on that for just a second. Maybe I missed it. Were there comments of planning commission to any of this? Or are they, I mean, they've been incorporated, I think, earlier comments, but anything more than what we've been provided with here?
No, the minutes aren't available yet for the May meeting, but they did at their May meeting weigh in on the vision and values, and among other things. And their comments informed this draft tonight, but we don't have that specifically laid out for you.
All right. Good. Other questions, comments for staff? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Could you help me just understand a little bit more the supports safe, established, and distinct neighborhoods? Like, what does that mean to support an established neighborhood or support? I mean,
Yeah, so that one, again, we look to carry forward the 2013 values. And so that I think incorporates, I don't have the table in front of me, but it incorporates several of the 2013 values. But the thinking behind that, again, for the community to weigh in and tell us exactly what they think it means. But from our perspective, established neighborhoods could mean, for example, each one has its own character, right? Old Town has its own distinct character in terms of the form, the scale, the design, the aesthetic, the grid street pattern, those types of things versus newer developments from the 70s and 80s, that type of thing. Boundaries, people have a lot of attachment to their neighborhoods and identifying by name and have specific boundaries. And I live in this neighborhood. It's to give space for that type of discussion about how can we calibrate our policies to kind of recognize that. So looking way forward, how would this project into an actual plan policy or something? Like if there are specific, land uses or design standards or street, types that people want to see in specific neighborhoods, this type of feedback could help us understand how that is different by neighborhood. Yeah, so, and again, trying to incorporate the 2013 values and to find a home for it.
okay, I guess my concern upon reading it and first go is, if I take out safe and I take out distinct, like these are three different things that we're supporting. One of the things we're supporting is established neighborhoods. And so for me, that's just a weird, like, we're going to support established neighborhoods, like that all on its own. That just seems like an odd thing to be like support. Like, I guess supporting safe neighborhoods, 100%.
Yeah.
Distinct neighborhoods, that made sense. But like supporting established neighborhoods, if that means not supporting not yet established, like not supporting new neighborhoods,
Yeah.
that would be maybe antithetical to the housing plan we just passed. Maybe not, but like I'm just that wording threw me off a little bit. Totally support safe, totally support the established neighborhoods and distinct neighborhoods, but it leaves out the potential of new neighborhoods or new communities or new anything that's going to change over time. This to me seems very stuck in the past.
Yeah, it's fair. I think that, we could look at removing the word established, for example. Absolutely. This is why we want to talk to you all tonight. Another way to look at it is making sure there's space within the values to recognize existing residential neighborhoods. So for example, low density, single family residential neighborhoods, and for us to articulate that, we like whatever it is about them. We like the tree canopy, we like the level of density, we like just the overall scale, those types of things, to give that space for people to opine on. But established, it's fair. It's a fair critique of the wording, and I think we'd be open to.
Well, I certainly
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to not support
Yeah,
established
yeah,
neighborhoods,
yeah.
right? Like I do want to support established neighborhoods, but without the others. So I just that was one. I think a lot of these sound great to me as I've read through them, I look forward to hearing more comments. I mean, I think the idea tonight is this good to go to the public for more comments? I mean, not to get ahead of the game, but absolutely for me, I think these are fine. So I don't have a lot more questions on the wording because this isn't the final wording. So are these good to go out there? I think probably so. I'm a little bit curious, again, not trying to pick on the same topic, but the second, was it second? Anyways, for the final sentence, in our proposed vision statement for community engagement says, we welcome a vibrant future that respects our past and preserves our small town atmosphere. In essence, I think that's fine. Like if we're only gonna have a 2-sentence statement, does one of the statements include the bottom supported thing from, like this sort of heritage, like, is preserving our, respecting our past in like the top 3 things we want to talk about. So that'd be my only other comment, but I think that's good to put out to the public. I don't think we need to change it tonight. I think that'll be interesting to see how people feel about that. Again, don't want to disrespect our past, but we have a long history with some that's super great and some not. But anyways, I just thought it was interesting that that was included when it was the bottom response from the previous 2013 values, that it made it into that 2-sentence paragraph. But those are my comments or questions.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I actually share some of Councilmember Dickinson's questions and commentary. I won't repeat that. My question has to do with, is there a conceptual, or is there meant to be a conceptual difference between vision and values? To me, they read pretty similarly. And I don't know, when we were getting feedback, did we present them as conceptually different ideas? Is vision more future oriented? Is values more present? But how do you see the difference?
I guess the way that I see it, and first off, a typical structure for comprehensive plans, not to say that that's the right way to do it, to have a vision and the values underneath it. But the way that I guess I see it is, vision statement is overarching. It's almost like a lens that is at a different level than the values. The values is like the bullet points that go underneath the vision statement. But I think they in terms of how they're implemented in the plan, they both have equal weight.
So the vision is essentially just a shorter version of all the values. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I think it's accurate.
Other questions? Yep.
Thank you. So I have a question. You mentioned, obviously I have a question. You just called on me. All right. You mentioned one of the ways that you were going to try and expand engagement in the community. And I'm curious how you're going to do this for 2 particular groups. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, when I look at page 203 in the packet, there's some highlights on the right side that say the majority of participants were age 50 to 69. The majority of people who live in this town are skew younger. I'll just throw it that way. 20 to 59 is what it said. So how do we plan to engage a more diverse age group? And then with that, when I was also looking at the different ethnicities that were engaged, that was also highlighted that the respondents didn't necessarily reflect the consensus data in our community. So since you didn't specifically highlight those 2 groups, I want to make sure they're front of mind for future engagements as well.
Yeah. So, and that's fair. I guess one of the things I didn't highlight, you didn't specifically say this, but youth engagement is something we prioritize. Went to the youth advisory board. We did this really cool exercise, so that you saw that with the draw the vision of the future. That's the younger age group than what you're talking about. It's never something. It's not something people have a formula for. That there's a silver bullet out there. It's always going to be a challenge to get everybody to engage. But our approach going forward is to give as many people as many opportunities as they can to engage, to meet them where they're at. So if they want to do online, if they want to go to an event, and then using social media, all the right channels. So if you are paying attention or want to pay attention, you'll be notified. And so that's all ages. What we're going to do specifically for this next engagement window, like I said, is try to take advantage of the warmer months and do pop-up events where we know folks like that are. So, bike to work day, concerts at the park. We know there's a lot of young families there. We'll get the right staff on those events, the right I would say, personality types to be like, hey, parent, come over here and talk to me about this kind of thing. And we're also going to set up shop in different areas in the community, at least a couple areas for pop-up events at like trailheads, adjacent or near multifamily complexes, things of that nature. That's our new thing we're doing with the warmer months. So between that, online engagement, we're hopeful to reach a broader swath of the population the next go around.
I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna do this now. Usually I try not to get in the weeds, but I can't help myself. As a parent, I could imagine some are sitting at parks in the pool while the kid's already distracted playing, and that might be a great opportunity to have like a QR code or something there that you can just scan and look at.
Yes.
And then I'll save the rest of my comments for when we discuss the values. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Councilmember Hamilton. Right. Questions that I had, I think were answered by other, or were asked by the others. So why don't we take some public comment, and you're welcome. We're kind of focusing on the vision statement and the values. Here, and again, it's you get 3 minutes or 6 if you have somebody that is willing to cede their time to you. If you're interested in providing public comment, please get a card to city clerk, and we'll go forward from there.
The first person will be Sherry Summer, to be followed by Tamar Krantz.
Sherry Summer. So I don't know what your title is, Planner Hurt. I think this looks really great. I just want to thank you for your work. You're so thoughtful, and it seems very promising to me. Is it okay if I mention a little bit about 1313, some ideas? Can I mention some ideas about 1313?
You're welcome to.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just concerned that 1313 with its quarter-mile radius around downtown could really jeopardize our downtown character in a lot of our neighborhoods. And I really appreciate you, Planner Hurt, bringing out the idea that we want to protect our neighborhoods and our neighborhood character, and that we have distinct areas in town. I don't see that as something bad, making something else inferior. I just see that that's a very positive thing that you're saying. And so, well, I did talk to Director Zuccaro a little bit, so this will be a repeat for you, but I'm just kind of wondering what we could do perhaps with the Colorado Municipal League, if there's any protection we could get through banding together with that association. I wonder how much protection our home rule charter gives, constitutionally, how much protection we have, and I'm sure Attorney Kelly will be looking into all of this, and Deputy City Manager, I think. They took out the big stick with, they were going to withhold transportation funding for municipalities that didn't comply. So I'm just kind of wondering what the consequences are if we don't comply, or we do not comply in exactly this way. Just wondering. Let's see. And also, I just wonder if you're planning to be contacting the Department of Local Affairs to see if we can work with the state for solutions that will be appropriate for Louisville. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Tamar Krantz.
Tamar Krantz. I live in Louisville, and thanks for taking my comment. I really like the vision. It's great that it sounds shorter, but it sounds like it encompasses a lot that our community stands for. Regarding the values, I really like the values and how those were summarized. And I just wanted to make one small comment on that, because from the 14 values that were in our old comprehensive plan, included one on biodiversity. And that's just one thing that didn't get included. And I don't feel that it's part of environment, sustainability, because those are described as part of our infrastructure, and our wildlife and our biodiversity isn't really part of our infrastructure. So I know you're going to go out to the community for more comments on that, but I just thought I would add that if you're going to tweak anything a little bit tonight. And then, let's see, I also wanted to weigh in on the House Bill 1313, and I guess I'll just second what Sherry Summer said, that I think that the Department of Local Affairs, just because I contacted them with some questions, and I really think that they're working, you probably already know this, but they're working on developing their guidance. And I think it would be great if Louisville gave some input, because I think that the amount of housing, or the housing opportunity goal that they're suggesting for us would be like tripling the size of our town. And they also don't have a exemption for the state land that could be purchased by CU. So it seems like there's some things that might be able to be, I don't know, negotiated if you guys have the time to get ahead of the curve on that. I was, honestly, I was not very much in favor of this bill, and not just because it takes away local control, but for a lot of reasons. So I hope that you can continue to give input on that. And then, just a comment and an observation. It was really interesting that on that list of the values that people ranked from last comprehensive plans values, that civic participation ranked really low, but then you guys got 2,000 responses and civic participation is really high. So my only observation is that maybe people just take that for granted, and we want to consider an engaged community. Just take it for granted. That's part of our values, and we're living up to it already. Thanks.
Thanks, Tamara. Any others signed up? Doesn't look like anybody online. Oop. Okay. I think, all right. Out of the wire.
Sorry. All right, Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I have not previously participated in a comprehensive planning process. I have engaged rather extensively with Louisville's 2013 comprehensive plan over the past 4 years, but I still consider myself somewhat of a novice. I understand that Colorado state law requires communities like Louisville to update their comprehensive plans every 10 years, but I do not know to what extent state law dictates the form of a community's comprehensive plan. In any case, I have followed the city's outreach so far, and I wish to comment on the process thus far. The process thus far has focused on establishing the community's core values and vision for the city. I wish to argue that this process has been inadequate in various respects. Before making my argument, I wish to make clear that I am not in any way faulting the work that City Council, city staff, or the community has done thus far. Quite the contrary, this work has been excellent. It is merely limited in certain respects. As city staff explained, the community has primarily been asked to reprioritize the values and vision of the 2013 comprehensive plan. Although this is a good starting point, and we can of course alter these values and vision, the starting point is somewhat limiting. For instance, with reference to comments earlier this evening, there was no value in the 2013 comprehensive plan concerning the arts. Second, although every community member brings their own context to this reprioritization, should not our reprioritization have a basis in current and future affairs, locally, regionally, and globally? The existing conditions reports provide some such basis, but these reports could be much more comprehensive and could look much more thoroughly into the next 10 years. Third, the several values are intimately interconnected. Take the most popular value, safe neighborhoods. What makes a neighborhood safe? Let me cherry pick a few potential responses. Our neighborhoods would be safer if we rein in our region's ozone emissions for better air quality. Our neighborhoods would be safer if fewer motor vehicles drove their streets. Our neighborhoods would be safer if we prevent excessively hot future summer days. And our neighborhoods would be safer if we are all warmly welcoming to everyone. So what is the point of my comments? As City Council has previously suggested, and as I have previously advocated, I believe that our comprehensive plan should be founded upon two primary principles. First, environmental sustainability, and second, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are the themes that run through many of the values in our current comprehensive plan. And these, I think, are the themes that best reflect current and future affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. All right. I appreciate, first of all, thanks for the staff work on this, because this is an enormous enterprise. And I've been through portion of the last comprehensive plan and saw the work that went into that. This one, I think all of us have seen from the get-go, all of the effort that's been put into both the work that the staff has to do with the engagement process, as well as internally, and then they got to deal with us too. So that's always a big part of this process is the questions of council and our involvement in it. So thank you again for your help. I wanted to maybe suggest a way of doing this and see what you thought. We're going to get some additional input, as Manager Hurt mentioned. I take Councilmember Hefner's point to heart, that we've got kind of or the answer to it maybe to heart, which is we've got a vision statement which is sort of inclusive, or it kind of sums up what we're looking for in the vision of our city in the next 10 to 20 years. And then the particular value statements are a little more, slightly less general. And I'm wondering whether it may be good to go through the value statements first and then come back after that to the more general statement. Because I think in working on some of the individual value statements, we may conclude that some of the language and the vision might, we might have some good suggestions to that. We can do it either way, but it occurred to me that might be a good place to start. What do you think? Yes, Councilmember Bracken.
I think that's a great way to facilitate this discussion. I mean, for me, when I think of a vision statement versus values, the vision statement is like that future state that you're striving for, and the values are what you're going to adhere to and what's going to guide you along the way. So I could go either way, but I think what you just proposed makes sense.
That's a very good, that may be the best description of the relationship to them that I've heard.
I've written a few of these in my time.
Well, I kind of gathered that you did. It's one of the reasons I'm asking for input here on the way we're doing it. Why don't we talk a little bit about the values, because that is a more kind of current state of what it is we are going to be applying to reach the vision that we're looking to reach. First of all, are there, we've heard some good public comments already. Are there additional values that don't appear anywhere on here that ought to be included? I think one of them that occurred to me, for example, is, and perhaps it is subsumed under, being welcoming, inclusive, and supportive, but I don't know that it is, and that is the idea of supportive and enhancement of the arts and cultural opportunities in the city. Now, that's not language I'm proposing, but just something concerning arts and culture. might be something that might be added in there. Are there others, or, I mean, you can comment on that one, but are there others besides that that you think are glaringly absent? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, housing. There's nothing about affordable housing at all in any of the vision or value statements. There's nothing about housing people.
If you you can't just get away with that, of course. What I want to push you just a little bit. What kind of thing are you thinking might be a potential value statement?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not really interested in writing it tonight, but when I see EDI, I see safety, I see parks and open space, I see sustainability, economics, transportation, quality of life, and then transparent and responsible government. I don't see anything in here that says, we have a value of providing housing for a diverse population. So you could say the first one, welcoming, inclusive, and supportive community, but that doesn't say anything about, people being able to live here who can't currently afford to live here, have to commute here. So I don't see a value that says we want people to join this community, that we want people to be able to afford to live here.
Yeah, I had a similar reaction, and I thought about the first one, and I think we need to answer somewhere in there, and I don't want to draft it either. We need to answer somewhere in there, welcoming, inclusive, and supportive to whom, right? To the folks who already live here, or to people who want to live here but don't yet. Because I think affordable housing is part of being welcoming and inclusive of people who can't live here now but would like to. But that certainly isn't clear on the face of how this is written. So I tend to agree.
And I would just say, if you don't mind, Mayor,
Yes.
I think Josh Kuberman brought it up that when you, and it wasn't the only question, so I don't mean to pretend it was, but when these are the previous 13 values, what do you think? How do you think about them today? That's a really great question to see where we were, how do we consider those things? But EDI isn't in that list. Affordable housing isn't in that list. So you're not comparing maybe more current. It's like it wasn't even there, but we have other questions where people do respond that these are important issues. And so I'm happy to see that EDI, while not in that list of the previous 13, has absolutely jumped in to be, and order doesn't matter right now, but it's the very first one on the list. And so I like that EDI jumped into that list of things that we're going to create a value around. But affordable housing isn't. And so those stood out to me as two of the main questions that were in that sort of, hey, from the past to the present, how have those changed for you? Super valuable question, but didn't include those. So that was a concern. I mean, one of my concerns in how the value statements were created. How important is it to align that? To me is almost like an afterthought, like, hey, we've got them all. Hey, how do they align to the old one? Which might be how this was created, but also kind of feels like, how do these fit? How can we carry forward the 2013 values and make sure they're here again in the 2024 values, which I actually don't think is a problem, as long as that isn't the basis for how we're getting today's values, is starting from 2013, which of these values do we want to keep, right? And so that's where I feel like we may have missed on housing as such an important issue today.
Good point. Others? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I would also like to expand on the environmental sustainability and resilience section to do more ecological diversity, and which was in the 2013 plan, and also decarbonization efforts citywide for the city facilities, but for the general public as well.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Are you opening this up beyond what's not included at this point?
I'm not
If
sure.
not, I'll hold my comments.
why don't we add to that, see if there's any others that people want to add, and then we can go back. Yeah.
So the last one, like values, values transparent, and responsible local government. I might add, like values transparent, responsible, or anyways, I would like to add that somewhere fiscally responsible. So we have, you can see vibrant commercial areas. But one thing we're seeing over time is that the commercial areas and the in-city brick and mortar businesses are only maybe 50% of our sales tax revenue. So that is important, like that we have vibrant commercial areas, but also that we're paying attention to our fiscal health. And nowhere in here do I see a value that we're solvent. And so I think that would just be an easy addition to the bottom one. That's kind of like, hey, our government does its job. It has a balanced budget, right? It's fiscally solvent. Some verbiage in that last one that kind of just adds in that responsibility to who we are as a group.
Other ones that are missing.
The only other one that I thought about is this document largely speaks to Louisville as a sort of as a place into itself. And we exist in the context of and participate frequently with our neighbors, big and small, and some acknowledgement of our sort of regional collaboration and regional partnerships might be appropriate given how important they are.
I think that's a really good one. That's one that I'm sort of learning in spades now that I'm a part of some of these mayors groups and stuff, but it is something I think that even from the beginning of my time on council that I've really learned is how important intergovernmental and inter-community collaboration actually is to get anything significant done. And certainly all of the big problems that we're talking about, like transportation and many others, are nothing happens except collaboratively. So that's, I like that. That's a brand new, that'd be a brand new one as well. And I think maybe, and this will, one of the things that we do in Louisville sometimes is, I think every community does this, by the way. I don't think it's just us, but there's a certain kind of exceptionalism that we all feel about Louisville, I think. And we define that in different ways, but there are ways in which we're, connected to the other communities in terms of the economy and arts and culture and a whole bunch of other pieces where we really can't, we're not alone. We're not standing outside of the forces that are around us. I don't know that needs to be included in here, but I think as a sort of value going forward, it's something we can't ignore. And I think one of the criticisms that we've gotten in the past for the previous comp plan was that it just treated us as too much apart and not enough as a part of larger set of communities and a lot of pressures and opportunities. But I think what you're saying is very important, Councilmember Hefner. Are there any others that occur to you? I mean, we can, if something occurs to you later on, we can come back to it. But shall we go on to the ones that we have here and talk a little bit about them one at a time, maybe? How about the welcome, inclusive, and supportive community? Councilmember Hefner said to whom? Thought that was a good question. Are there ways in which we might suggest improving that?
Could you just add the words "to all"? I personally felt that it was implied when we're talking about the fact that is the value of this community, that we are welcoming and inclusive and supportive community to all.
is that sort of too broad? And it's just a question, because we're not sort of supportive of every, well, maybe I'll get myself in trouble if I say that. I mean, if you're talking about welcoming, well, yeah, I'm gonna stop. Go ahead.
I
Help me
I
out.
think this is a great opportunity for staff to go back to the community and define this further. I don't know if others agree or that's what you were thinking with your comment, but let's let the people decide what this
Yeah,
applies
we
to.
don't have to wordsmith all
Right.
of this.
Yeah.
I think the idea though is to try to get a little bit further, to push some of these concepts a little bit further.
Yeah, my thought would be let's try and stick to sort of conceptual direction and stay out of the wordsmithing weeds.
You made the comment about to whom, how,
Yeah, I mean, I just I would like to see some sort of language change in here that better captures one of the things I think we're trying to accomplish with the housing plan, which is currently, I mean, the way Louisville is now, we're not welcoming and inclusive of all kinds of people who don't make, a couple $100,000 a year. And we're trying to change that. And I'd like to see that concept better captured in this language. I don't have the words on hand to do it, but I think that's the concept. And if it's a new one around affordable housing, I think that's a equally good way of accomplishing the same thing.
anything else about the first?
I was to Councilmember Hamilton's point. I think that when Jeff was talking, he was mentioning that the entire purpose of the upcoming additional community engagement, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Jeff, is that it is to engage the public in greater definitions, like more clarity, correct? Is that what you were telling us, that that's what you're specifically going for here? This is just a very broad brush and you're going to dive into the detail with the community?
Yeah, I know it's hard because there's so many layers to this, but that's right. We want to ask the community, what do these things mean to you? And they fill in the blanks. But I think for tonight, these are the right concepts and the right words to be asking the community, is the level we're at.
And to Councilmember Hefner's point, maybe one of the added questions to clarify could be to whom? And let the residents specifically answer that question, how that feels to them. And then we don't each have to just listen to our own collective words of people telling us that. You can hear it as a larger group.
Like that.
On the second one, one of the thoughts conceptually that occurs to me on this is that this is one which we've had a couple of public comments about, and it is a very big tension in all over the country around what's going to stay the same and what's going to change. And when you say, we want to support established neighborhoods, that's a very conservative concept. That means it stays as is. And there's some legislation that we're going to have to follow, and to the extent that a lot of these ships have sailed. There certainly are going to be very interesting responses that cities have to the new legislation, but I think I just want folks to recognize, maybe, and for you guys to recognize when you're talking to people, that for people to just suggest that everything has to say exactly the same is unrealistic. We need to think a little bit more broadly. Safe neighborhoods, I think everybody wants safe neighborhoods. And there are plenty of questions about that. Distinct neighborhoods, I don't know that that's fine. I have the misgivings that the Mayor Pro Tem has about established, but I mean, we can be in there and it'd be interesting to see what kind of responses you get. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I think overall you'll find that my comments tonight on this agenda item are going to be, as far as values goes. Like, I see the attempts here to take the 2013 and you kind of take apart some of those things to create separate values. I think some of the verbiage could be modernized and updated to reflect Louisville today. So I think words like established and distinct, to the point of my council members up here, the first time I read it, I was like, oh, that feels kind of divisive in a way. But how do we communicate those things with different words that reflect our community today? Does that, I don't know how others feel up here. So yeah, that was my initial also response to this particular values. Well, what, it almost feels like East Side, West Side. Or I think what you're getting at is just, there's feelings and pride and block parties, that sort of thing. I'm going to stop now, but I don't know what others think.
Yep, Councilmember Hefner.
I'll agree with the previous comment. The thing that feels to me like it's missing from this value is just a recognition that things sort of evolve and adapt over time. And certainly if we think about our fire impacted neighborhoods, they're not established neighborhoods. They're sort of brand new neighborhoods in a lot of ways. They're brand new homes, and some people built back very similar to what they had, but other homes have changed. And if we think about even Old Town now versus a decade ago, there's a lot of lots that look pretty different than how they looked. And so there is sort of a natural evolution or adaptation that goes on. I think the question of how much and how fast is one that's going to be in front of us in the broader comp plan process, but some sort of acknowledgement of a progression of change. And certainly over the longer history of Louisville, that's been true. I mean, most of Louisville didn't exist prior to the
Good point.
1980s.
Member Tim.
I think to that point, Councilmember Hamilton and Hefner, there's a word cloud later on. What is one word you would use to describe Louisville? And home jumps out and community jumps out. And so potentially integrating the word community into that, because as you're telling, like block parties and neighborhoods and established neighborhoods, like these communities that are so important to all of us, I think is maybe what we're trying to get out there. So that's a suggestion of maybe that word cloud is good material.
Another good point. I don't know, question for Jeff. I don't know how much there's going to be presented to folks in this 1.5 phase about the 2013 language. I hope that it's going to drop away, frankly. I hope people will start to just focus on, does this work? What does it mean? How does it feel? Are there things missing? And stuff like that. Again, it's a kind of conservatism that's built into the old language. There's a lot of, we don't need to beat up on the previous comp plan, but there are things about it that are great, and there are things about it that aren't that great. I don't want to spend our whole comp plan process, trying to justify the changes that we're making from the 2013 plan. Even though it obviously has a lot to do with where we are right now. So is there going to be a focus on the left side of this page when we're talking about the value statements, or is it going to include all of them?
I think, the type of engagement we're envisioning would be focused on what today's proposal is. And that the 2013 context, I think, would be available for folks that want to go there at some of these events, but it wouldn't be the front and center thing. I think our goal is to the extent possible, present a succinct, kind of concise, attention grabbing set of questions. That means more condensed, and you add in context from 10 years ago. And recognizing there's sort of pop-up events, right? Where we want to grab them. You want to grab a parent who's got a kid running on the playground who has 30 seconds. And so the more information you give them, there's a balance there. So to your question, That's not the plan, no. But have that back pocket in that context, because that will be important for a lot of people we recognize to know that we're honoring what we talked about 10 years ago. Yeah, good.
How about the value on parks, open space and natural areas? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. Again, just thinking, this one in particular, I think, given the overwhelming support for 2C and looking at the feedback from the different surveys, I would love to see some more inclusion of trails, native species, animals, like those sorts of things. I think specifically calling it out before we bring it to the public would be a really nice thing to do. I know it's wordsmithing in a way, but again, modernizing a bit from where we were in 13 to where we are right now, what that means to us is different than then, right?
One of the hard parts of that one is the reference to infrastructure. I think in some ways it's limiting, right? Because if you're talking about biodiversity, for example, you could, I don't know, you might be able to work that in, but biodiversity isn't really infrastructure, right? And in fact, I mean, open space, I'm not sure I'd call that. I think people who are advocates of open space would not call it infrastructure at all, is my bet.
Yeah, I'll
Go
just
ahead,
chime in
Councilmember
with my agreement. I think we've heard a number of times now from open space folks that while it does have recreational values and sort of the trail values, that's not necessarily the main value or certainly the only value or the reason we have open space or the reason people are willing to continue to pay taxes for open space. So some recognition and maybe pulling it apart a little bit from the park concept, which is much more recreation focused. Comment, you're right there.
I will agree with what's just been said, and if we could just somehow put in something about preserving ecological diversity, and that would be the ground, the plants, the animals, the migration, whatever, preserving what we have.
I like that. Okay. Anything else about that?
So I guess I just
Councilmember Kern, you've got a puzzle book.
I just think that we're referencing the comprehensive plan. We're not just saying, like, this is, how, as a city, how do we feel about, open spaces or parks? We're referencing how we do, land use, and we're talking about changing it or updating it or adding new things to it. One of the reasons that I actually applaud the verbiage is as an essential community infrastructure is when we've been talking about land use and zoning, we have requirements that we put on people who come to us developers for parks, for open spaces. That's part of our infrastructure because we made it a value and we made it a priority. And I think that's what this says, that the people who come here, that we live here, and we establish that as part of our infrastructure mandate, if you will. I think that's where that language is. And I think that the differentiation between open space and nature or natural areas distinguishes between the spaces that are meant for either ag land or diversity in species, like around places like Hecla Lake, versus the open spaces with walking trails like Davidson Mesa. And so I do think that it's there with relation to how we're going to be using land and building in the future.
Yes.
I don't have a lot of comments on this. I kind of sort of oddly agree with everyone, even though there's some differences. But yeah, I see I understand 100% this is wordsmithing, but values parks, open space, natural areas, and wildlife. Period. Right? Like the as essential community infrastructure, as essential community amenity, as I think that maybe confuses the point. Like values parks, open space, natural areas, and wildlife, period. So it's a suggestion, of course. I do apologize for, we're trying not to wordsmith, but I think getting kind of what we're after.
No, I like that. I mean, we're trying to get, it's inevitable that you do it. I was more willing at the beginning just to recognize that we're wordsmithing. But I think that's just making it a little more general and pulling out the part that really isn't as helpful. I think that probably covers it. What about the next piece, the environmental sustainability and resilience? I gotta tell you, I'm not sure what resilience means in this, but that may be part of the reason we're going to the public. So I'm not sure whether it belongs, whether that's where it belongs or not, but I'm certainly don't have enough energy to put in a different language. I just think it would be good to get some sense from the public what they feel about those concepts. Yes. Oh, did you have something, Councilmember Fee?
I was just going to mention that some point, and I'm not sure if this is the proper time, but in addition to asking the right questions, you should ask them of the right people. And I noticed that you have a very low response rate from like high school, college age kids. And so I'm suggesting maybe if you went to the high school or the community college or CU and somehow got them to interact directly with us. And I don't know how you could do that because it wouldn't be just Louisville residents, but you know, these are the guys that are going to have to be around in 10 or 20 years to live with the consequences of what we're doing tonight. Okay.
Other comments? There was a suggestion that we include decarbonization in there. I think that may be too specific or more specific than it needs to be here, but what do you think about that? It was mentioned. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Yeah, I struggled with providing feedback on this particular value because I think it's so broad. And to the mayor's point, I can't quite wrap my brain around what resilience means here, but the people, I guess, will tell us what they think resilience means. So I don't have anything specific with this one. I'm curious when you come back if it's going to stay as one value or if these are going to get pulled out as two different values. So I'll be interested to see where this one goes.
Okay. Personally, the next one I love, but I don't know whether, I'm not sure there's much more to be said about that, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an option here to add the like fiscally, again, that you could add it here or you could add at the end, but like supports vibrant commercial areas. I think on its own is I agree with you that we can think of a lot of commercial areas that we have, and we want all of those commercial areas to be vibrant. And I love this as a simple thing. I say that now in case like it doesn't fit in at the end, like.
You don't want to waive your rights.
Right.
Okay.
So I've been trying to kind of coin this thing as, commercial areas are an amenity that we provide to our community, like a park and a path, like places to go and gather and shop. So we don't provide the actual businesses, but we hopefully provide commerce and people to places to go. So I think that's where this fits. A vibrant commercial area is what I'm getting after there, and later is where I'm looking for that economic, fiscal. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
I also like this one as a catch-all. I think if and when we get to the sub-bullets, there's a lot to unpack here. I mean, there are sort of concepts around innovation and community serving commercial and job creation and regional economy issues. And I mean, there's a lot of different things packed into a few words here, which is great. I hope that when we unpack this a little bit, we can talk about all the different things, because it's like Main Street is quite different than Sierra Space is quite different than other commercial stuff going on in the city, and it all provides different things.
Very good. Right, supports transportation choices and connections to places for all abilities. Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I would just wonder if we could put in multimodal transportation choices.
Isn't that the essence of what transportation choices is? The reason I say that is we talk up here about multimodal choices. And those folks at the planning area would talk about charrettes, and nobody knows what a charrette is. And multimodal transportation may be a little too jargony. Yet, I'm putting us in your camp, just one step removed. But that maybe saying transportation choices is one way.
And I'll sorry to interrupt, but one thing I didn't say is, we expect to have like images accompanying these, for example. So this would be an example of, I think you could, for all of them, this would be an example where that helps people crystallize what we're at least asking about. So picture of somebody on a bike, picture of somebody walking, picture of somebody driving. Or transit, yeah, all of it, yeah.
Yes, Councilman Rainey.
I think with this one, whether it's conveyed through pictures or something else, going back to Councilmember Hefner's comment about, I think he was talking about being a good partner as far as being collaborative and working with others locally and regionally, but connecting physically local and regionally. How do we convey that to see what people's thoughts are? And also ages too, right? I think sometimes when people think about transportation, they think of like, how do I get from point A to point B, and not how me getting from point A to point B affects other people of different ages and abilities. Also trying to get to, this is front of mind because of all the agenda items we're having, but just thinking of the cross section of all these different transportations and ages and abilities, and how do you convey that when you're engaging with the community? Yeah, thank you.
I'm excited to see this one come back. I don't love it as like 10 years from now, looking back and being like, one of our values was supports transportation choices and connections to places. Like, it's not like enhances transportation, like emphasizes, like they're just, it seems very like supports transportation choices. Done. We've accomplished that. I mean, like everyone has a choice for what they do, but like, what are we trying to accomplish here? I don't get here. Like, basically we're saying everything for everybody. Like, want to make sure that like what we care about is everything all at the same time. So we don't care about anything, right? Is my concern here is it's just too generic, and I have no idea what this actually means. I think when you say, and it might be jargony, Mary, you might be right, when you say like supports multimodal, I think that as a term is like, oh, bikes and cars and people all moving the same time. So transportation choices is, I think, a little bit more layman term, but it kind of just, for me, it just takes any oomph out of this value and makes it like shoe choice is cool. I don't know. Like, I just don't, there's nothing here for me. So I don't need it changed now, but I think as people respond to it, this is one I think that is ripe for a little bit more powerful value statement when we get to a finish line.
Fair enough. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
So just wanted to, so are you thinking to like, of if this is a future statement, we're looking 10, 20 years, that we want to be inclusive of the idea that the majority of our community supports train transportation, for example, right? And is that what you were getting at, Councilmember Fahey? Okay. Again, see, I didn't realize just from that one statement. So I agree. I think I'd like better, like, and picture of a train when we say that, so we understand what we mean. Maybe a golf cart. I'm kidding. And so, yeah, but I like the idea that that is that is something that we've talked about for many years in the past, prior to the last comprehensive plan, that we'd love to see, safe and like less environmentally impactful train transportation as a great option for this community into other communities. So, okay.
Any other comments? The next one is sports development that maintains or enhances our unique quality of life. And this one, I suspect staff spent plenty of time crafting. Honestly, I'm not being facetious. This is one of the things that I think people struggle with is the small town atmosphere, small town quality language, because sometimes that I think a lot of people who are here may understand that. Certain people who've been here a long time have a really specific way of viewing it, but it sometimes is can be off-putting to folks who aren't here yet, and to maybe some of the folks who haven't been here that long.
I just had a question. I noticed as we're going through this that a lot of the 2013 like value statements included small town, whether that was feel or maintenance, and it's completely gone. Was that something that I missed in the comments from the community? Because actually I thought in some of those bubble statements that small town was one of the phrases that people used.
Yeah, it intentionally lives in the vision statement. And I know we're getting into semantics here, but the higher level statement that we started with, put it in there. Unique quality of life is also really subjective, but we would rather let people define it further for us. But it does live in this framework, the small town phrasing, just not in a specific value. It lives in the vision statement.
Because I was thinking, as kind of the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, that like some of these statements, the value statements or words that people used were more often stated. And that seemed like one of the words that was frequently stated, if I read your information correctly. So I just thought to everyone else too, if that's something that our residents are saying really like feels like Louisville to them is using the language of small town, then is that something that should be in at least some of the value statements that we're maintaining, not just in the big broad, because this isn't a future vision, it is a past, current, and future when we talk small town, right? And if we're saying the values are what are today and what we'd like to maintain.
That's
I just find this one interesting because depending on what you bold, it's a very different sentence. So as I always teach my kids about language, like I love you, I love you, I love you are very different sentiments. Supports development, all bold. That maintains or enhances our quality of life. Like I like bearing the lead here. Is this one about development or is this one about quality of life? Because it's weird for me that one value statement is supports development that maintain. So I just don't know what and again, don't need to change it, but as you go out and ask this question, does this one come back as like people answering about development? Or is it people answering about our quality of life and what do we do that sustains our quality of life? Because when I think quality of life, I think walkable, I think other things. And it's like, I'm not thinking about future development necessarily. I'm thinking about the things that I love about Louisville, right? And so what is this question or what is this value getting out of people? So again, don't need to change it, but really curious to see how people react to this one and which one. And I like, again, like I said, like if you took all the bold out and just ask the question with no bold, you might get different responses than choosing what you're highlighting, but choosing what you're highlighting, I'm sure is quite important. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's fair and deliberate to bold those terms to sort of elevate them. And we're also trying to think of projecting in the future, once this gets adopted, like thinking of the scenario, how would you use these to evaluate a development proposal, for example, right? And so that lens is really important, but quality of life was the emphasis of this one. Yeah.
And on the last one, I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, about putting fiscally back in there, or because I think this is talking about just government, transparent, pretty important, and fiscally I mean, hopefully we're going to be responsible, but that particular kind of responsibility is of, I think, special importance. Yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
I strongly agree with that sentiment. The other comment I have on this one is even though it came in, I think, relatively low in the rank order, something about the importance of community participation and input in decision making. I don't see how we can leave that out. It's more than being transparent, right? It's actively seeking input, getting community feedback, engagement.
Values, civic engagement. I mean, and it's also, it's a little different than, it's not government, but it's the relationship between the residents and their government.
Yeah.
I mean, transparency refers to that too, but that's probably, I like that suggestion. Others?
I was thinking the exact same thing, actually. And I was thinking transparent, engaged, and fiscally responsible local government. That kind of states what a lot of people value in all of us.
There were a couple of other, the ones that we had talked about, just to go back over the ones that weren't in here. One of them had to do with some sort of, acknowledgement of being part of a larger community, and in the importance of collaboration between different communities. I believe one that I had mentioned was sort of, I did some noodling on this, was sort of a lively and diverse arts and cultural life, but something that touched on that, maybe. And then Mayor Pro Tem talked about I think several people talked about wanting to be able to afford to live here, something that refers to housing. And it, we think of like the different kinds of housing that we have and the affordability of that housing. I mean, those are two kind of big variables that we keep hearing about as something people want some change to come, or want us to think about changing. But other thoughts about, do you have other thoughts, Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah.
I just have one more, I don't know if it's an addition or not, and I think it's somewhat implicit in all of these, but it's not actually said in any of them, which is, I think, our ultimate goal, right, is to have people, whether it's individuals or families of all types or what have you, live here and flourish here and build meaningful community and human connection and sort of the top of the Maslow's pyramid type stuff. And isn't that ultimately what we're all sort of after with this? And how do we, to me, that would be important to try and capture somewhere in the document, that it's about flourishing and community and connection in some way. And I don't have the words for it, but it strikes me as important.
Well, maybe we should go to the vision statement, because in some ways, I mean, or are you suggesting that that's kind of one of the sort of value building blocks? I mean, it is what we're searching, or we're looking to build, but it is a value. There's no question that attention to those.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right that it's more present in the vision statement. So maybe that's enough. I don't know. Just food for thought.
Why don't we go back? Why don't we go to the vision statement and just take a look at that? And Councilmember Hamilton, will you go back over what you said just a little bit ago? Because I don't mean to embarrass you. You just have good ideas about this, because you have, as you said, written quite a few of these in your
My
work.
first question is to staff, was I accurate in that description before I repeat it?
the description of the values relationship to the vision statement?
Yeah.
You said it way better than we said it, for
Okay,
sure.
let's
Yeah.
do it again then. No, so the way I see this is the vision is what's down the road. It's like that top of the mountain that you're climbing to, the lighthouse you're looking towards, and your values are what you keep in mind as you make progress to that peak or that lighthouse or whatever.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I like the first sentence a lot. Louisville's committed to being a healthy, equitable, resilient, and sustainable community where everyone has the opportunity to live and thrive now and for future generations. The second sentence I don't love. We welcome a vibrant future that respects our past and preserves our small town atmosphere. That sentence all on its own to me sounds like the 1950s. If I was up on a podium and I was shouting across the field, you know, respect our past and preserve our small town. Like, I don't love how that sounds. But very, very simply, and this is wordsmithing, we welcome our vibrant future that builds off our past and enhances our small town atmosphere, is like really positive and progressive and forward thinking and not rigid and stuck in the past.
I like that.
Me too.
Yeah, I think
Our work here is done.
What just happened?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got one sentence. Well, don't we? No, we have two sentences still. Yeah, I mean, let people chew on that for a little bit. Is there other?
I'll just join in, and I say the word preserve for me is a little troublesome. It's sort of a trapped in amber concept, and I don't think that's what we're after.
Okay. Wow. Well, we've gotten through. I think we've gotten through what you had asked us to provide input in. Do you have enough direction to take it to the next level?
Absolutely. That was extremely helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, thanks again for the comments. That was good. And sincerely, thank you, Councilmember Hamilton, because that was really helpful clarification for what we were doing. Okay, so we move on to get started anyway. To discussion, direction, compliance with House Bill 241152 regarding bear with me for just a second. Sorry about that. Needed to check something. All right. Regarding the accessory dwelling units, so staff presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, council members. All right, this is a discussion direction on House Bill 241152 regarding accessory dwelling units or ADUs. And I'll just say that given the breadth of 1152, this is going to feel a little bit more like an update on what we think the bill says, but there definitely are some opportunities for some discussion, if not direction as well. So the goals are to share the requirements of the bill, and then also to share sort of a really broad community engagement and adoption plan and timeline. And just to start us off with what we're hoping to get from you all tonight is, what your interest is in the qualifying methods that we're going to talk about for accessible and affordable units in particular, and then also just get any feedback on any questions you have about the bill, any feedback on the engagement plan in general. So I won't spend a ton of time on this here because I think we've all talked about ADUs quite a bit, but an ADU is a separate independent unit that's accessory to a primary unit. It takes many different types of forms, which are up there on the screen. They can be attached or detached. They can be in basements. They can be on top of garages. They can be anywhere, green eggs and ham, et cetera. They're a flexible type of use. So in terms of ADUs in Louisville, they're not currently allowed. They have been on the work plan for a couple years, last year and this year for city council. And the reason you're seeing this tonight, even though 1152 was only passed last month, is because there was already discussion direction scheduled to discuss ADUs. And so what we did was we pivoted to having it just be an update on what the ordinance for compliance is going to have to look like, and then what the city's options are. Also just to note that, of course, we're taking this in the spirit of complying with the state bill, but this is also in the city's housing plan, which was also adopted last month. This is one of the 13 recommended actions to consider allowing ADUs citywide. There are 3 goals in that plan. This serves 2 of them potentially, increasing those residential development opportunities, and then also diversifying Louisville's housing stock. This is certainly a different type of housing than Louisville currently offers, especially at scale. Okay, so we're gonna take a deep breath and we're gonna look at this tiny table, and I'm gonna go through, these are the highlights. There was more information in your staff report, but these are the big items. We're gonna go through what the state law requires and then what the city can do. So the sort of marquee red letter version of this is that the bill requires that ADUs be allowed on all single family lots. The city does have the option to allow ADUs on multifamily lots. So think about townhomes, for instance, might be an appropriate place to allow ADUs. That's certainly something the city can consider. Then in terms of the size and design of ADUs, so the standards cannot be more restrictive than those for primary units. There's more detail on this in your staff report, but they have to be objective, right? So have to be looking at something like a 5-foot interior lot line setback. It can't be, it complies with the community character or the spirit of the neighborhood, right? It has to be these objective standards. And within that, it can't be more restrictive than for primary. So if you think, for instance, about like a really obvious example would be, Old Town has the roof pitch requirements. ADUs can have roof pitch requirements because that already exists for primary, but there can't be something additional about an ADU. Like you can't say it has to be, all clad in a certain type of siding or face a certain way if you don't have that for the primary unit already in place. Then also in terms of design or size rather, so you have to allow ADUs between 500 and 750 square feet. You can think of this as sort of like the bumpers, right? You have to provide an ordinance that allows that size. You can go smaller and you can go higher. You can limit it in different ways as well, or sort of craft the ordinance with different types of language, but it has to result in those sizes being allowed. There's also language in the bill that allows cities and jurisdictions to require that ADUs be smaller than primary structures. So that is an option. And then, of course, as I mentioned, you can allow them to be larger or smaller than that range of 500 to 750 square feet. So parking is definitely an interesting part of this bill. In the body and the main message of the bill and the main body of the text is that you cannot require parking outright. However, there are a number of exceptions that would allow basically the requiring of at least one or maximum one parking space per unit. So in general, I'm happy to try to answer more questions about this and get into the bill text if you'd like. But the takeaway really is that in most real world situations in Louisville, you could require up to one space per ADU if parking is a concern. And then finally, owner occupancy is another high level point to discuss. So owner occupancy requirements are not allowed. You can't have a requirement that an owner occupies one of the units on the lot. There is one somewhat narrow exception to this. We could adopt an ordinance that required that at the time of a building permit application, that the owner show that they're residing on the property. You can only do that, it seems, at the time of application. So you couldn't have some sort of registry requiring indefinitely that the owner be on the property or an owner be on a property. And then you also couldn't require this if you had somebody developing a vacant lot and a primary and an accessory at the same time. In that case, you couldn't require owner occupancy. Okay. So as the high level, what the options are and what the requirements are, there is another section of the bill that requires that the ordinance or the city through some type of separate program facilitate affordable or accessible units or both. So have to adopt something that basically meets one of these qualifying methods We've outlined some of the main ones here. I'm happy to go through them in greater detail. And I will just say as well that part of this whole process is getting the ordinance approved by the Department of Local Affairs, required to submit it by June of next year. And they will let us know whether we have met all of these requirements, including the qualifying methods. And there is an option to go beyond these as long as it's approved by DOLA. So if there's some ideas that you'd like to throw at us here that you have, we can certainly look at those that aren't on this list. So qualifying methods include financial assistance, such as waiving fees for ADU developments, deed restrictions, so allowing a deed restriction for workforce or affordable housing, potentially also incentivizing that in some way. Providing technical assistance, so this would be something outside of an ordinance, but like providing pre-approved plans. If you think for a detached unit, this is one that's going to meet all of our life safety requirements, meets our height requirements, it's good to go. That's a way to save cost and headache and some heartache from folks. One of the interesting things about ADUs is certainly developers can bring ADUs, but we'll probably be seeing a number of people who are homeowners and are going to be navigating what can be a sort of difficult process. And so this is the type of thing that could be sensitive to that in particular. Another qualifying method is a pathway for the separate sale of ADUs, right? So since these are on they're on a single lot, it's general, it's pretty tricky to be able to sell those. There are some states that do have this built into some of their laws. And so we can, if this is of interest, we can certainly look into it, some type of condo platting. Basically, the city would just be allowing that in some way. And I would say that this one, it's going to take a lot more to figure out exactly how it would work in the ordinance. However, I will note that our housing plan does call out the importance of home ownership and being able to enter the ownership market at different points.
Sorry, can you just elaborate on that? Is that like, I know it's complicated, but like you still own the land under, you're saying condos, and
Yeah.
the homeowner of the main lot still owns the land under the unit? Or are you talking about subdividing potentially a piece of the lot to sell a part of the lot that doesn't even have street access or anything like that? Like are there options there? Is that what you need to investigate, or do you already know what that function would be?
I think we need to investigate what it looks like for an ordinance to facilitate condo platting. I don't think that subdividing would work in these cases for a lot of reasons. You'd also be sort of getting away from the accessory part of that at that point. But I will admit that this is something we'll have to look into in greater detail, but it would be some type of I kind of answered that. More to come. All right, and then the final is pathway for existing ADUs to comply. So this might be of particular interest. I think we're already started to explore what this would look like, because there are ADUs in Louisville in various forms, right? Whether they be full-fledged ADUs or whether they be guest houses that are missing a stove. And so that is a potential opportunity to create a pathway for those to come into compliance with major things like life safety, make sure it's safe for people to sleep there and to live there, but maybe sort of bring a pathway to compliance that doesn't worry so much about some of the other pieces here. And so those are some of the qualifying methods, and we'd love to hear more about what's interesting there. And then engagement, I really want to say that we're coming to you with a very different conversation, right, than what was originally planned, of course. And so I do want to acknowledge we've gotten a lot of engagement from community members, both directly last year and then indirectly. I've talked to a number of people over the past year about this. And so just for the record and for you all to know, we are pivoting because the state is requiring that we do that. And so really we're much more limited in what makes sense to actually ask the community. So there certainly are some things we can ask. We can talk about, is parking a concern, and how much do you want to go down that, trying to figure out how to require parking in some instances. We can ask about townhomes, but there's really not that much else that we can ask. We can't have a conversation about whether there are certain neighborhoods where they work and whether they don't, right? All these pieces have really changed. So we're looking at more informing and educational kind of campaign for the community, in addition to being able to ask, at least some of these smaller questions, letting them know that this is what's happening, this is how it impacts you. And certainly that's a mix. That's for people who are uncomfortable with ADUs, letting them know, hey, this is coming down the pike. It's also for people who I've talked to over the year, I know we've all talked to, that are very interested in potentially, what does this look like for them? Can they actually build an ADU? So that's the engagement piece. And then finally, just the timeline here is hoping to get some of this community education going this summer. Might be a little ambitious with the comp plan. I'm going to try to do it in July and August, and then bring back a draft ordinance to Planning Commission and City Council in the fall or the winter of this year. Because that's actually basically what we were going to try to do anyway with the ADU bill and with the ADU ordinance. And so we're going to try to stick to that. So these are just discussion questions, and then listed all of the qualifying methods up there on the screen as well. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Look forward to your discussion.
We start with those. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, just one question on the deed restrictions. Assuming we don't do the pathway for separate sale, how do you deed restrict an ADU that's, you know, attached to another house or on the same property at least?
Yeah, so then we'd have to have some type of rental registry process, which we don't have in place currently. So doing the deed restriction would have sort of two pieces to it. It would have in the ordinance the allowance that you have a deed restriction, functionally how that would work. And then also, then we'd have to build a program for rentals to register and then sort of have the deed restrictions be associated and reviewed during that process.
Got it. So, okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
One thing that popped in my mind as you were going through the state requirements and what the city can do, that chart. I understand if this is outside of what we can do as a city, but I'm almost certain at some point an HOA is going to ask, how does this impact us? And I specifically thought of it when you brought up the parking requirements. Given some may not require parking on streets and that sort of thing. So is this something staff is thinking about, or is this because it's HOAs totally separate?
Yeah, so the bill itself actually precludes HOAs from preventing any of this. They can't have regulations that don't match this ordinance, and they can't restrict ADUs beyond what's allowed here in the bill.
Okay, and the HOA in relation to the bill, what about the HOA in relation to the city? And if we change anything based on what can the city do column?
If we change, sorry, can you say that last part again? If we change.
So what you presented to us earlier, I know I wasn't clear at all. My apologies. What you presented to us earlier was like, there's this chart here. And you have the topic, what the state law requires, and what can the city do? So you just
I see what you mean.
clarified to me that like an HOA can't do things different than the bill, but we're talking about what the city can do different from the bill. So can the HOA do things different from us?
Right. So if you had an HOA with townhomes and the city allowed ADUs, could then that HOA say, no, we're not allowing them here because townhomes aren't explicitly allowed? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll have to ask.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Caleb. Wait, okay. So I'm just trying to understand these methods. So we need to provide at least one of this list of possibilities for someone to make their ADU either affordable or more accessible, affordable and or accessible ADUs. But it doesn't mean like every ADU then has to be affordable or accessible. Like it's just we have to make that easy, or we have a program that makes it like if I want to turn my in-law suite into a full-blown ADU, that there's a really clear pathway for me to make it an affordable housing, officially affordable housing ADU, or what is accessible. I'm just like, is that like, that's not like handicap accessible, that's financially accessible, or is that handicap accessible, or?
No, it's based on ability. Yeah.
Ability
So
accessible, okay.
right, exactly. So there are a couple different ways this works, right? Putting something in the ordinance that meets one of these qualifying methods that makes it possible.
Okay.
There's no, and I will say really clearly, there's no requirement that every ADU be affordable or accessible, right? That's that. But there is a requirement that we have pathways, right? And so the accessible thing, I didn't focus on as much, but certainly basically the standards there are that it either be visitable or that it be habitable by people with different abilities. And so that's mostly a design situation. And so things like the pre-approved plans are a way to make them accessible. Also providing fee waivers, if you show that it's an accessible unit. They don't have to be both either. So it's really about just generating affordable and or accessible, and you can have something that meets a qualifying method for one and not the other. Of course, I'm sure we'd all like to try to go beyond the minimum, but the minimum would be showing that there's either a program in place or that there's there's language in the ordinance that meets one of the methods.
Okay, and so what staff is asking for is are there some of these that we're particularly interested in, staff digging in deeper, as opposed to yeah, look into all of them, let's do them all. Is there something that we're more or less excited about? That's
Yeah,
what we're looking for there?
Exactly.
Okay, and then I had one more question that has now escaped me. I'll yield, sorry.
Thank you. Great job, by the way, diving through this and adding it to information we already had. Thumbs up. So nicely well done. Thank you. Quick question though, on affordability. So we talk about an ADU being affordable for someone. What about, because I thought I remembered in the early conversations with the bill's proposal, it was also talking about making it easier for people who, like the owner of the property that wants to build an ADU and they are of like within a certain AMI range, they would be able to, if that person so chose, we would put methods in place and make it easier for them to do that to maybe help offset some of their costs. Was that part of it still?
That's a really great question. So I don't know whether the income qualification could apply to the owners who are developing the ADUs. It's something I can definitely look into if that would potentially be a qualifying method. I do think there are indirect ways that we can be responsive to those types of situations, such as pre-approved plans, making it easy to, or easier, facilitating, what have you, existing structures to be adapted to ADUs. I mean, that's a great way, right, to kind of accomplish what you're doing. It brings the whole cost down. Being able to have internal conversions be accessible, by which I mean easy to do, not accessible in the ability sense. So anyway, indirectly, absolutely, that's definitely, and that's something that staff's thinking about as well, how to facilitate the development of these for people who actually already own homes in Louisville and who would be able to have this support their families, whether that's through income or whether that's through having, family members live with them, that kind of thing.
So the family member piece living there, that was something that we allowed before because that was considered not an ADU. I can't remember now the term, but like a studio type of place in their backyard that isn't its own separate apartment, but you've like facilitating for extra guest space or an in-law suite or something, correct? That was always allowed?
Not quite, right? So if this is a whole fun can of worms, but if that's a detached unit, it could not have cooking facilities in it. So there's actually no ADUs allowed in Louisville in any sense in terms of that independent living unit, even if it's a family member. So no, this is something new under the sun in that regard.
But when it was attached, like somebody's basement conversion?
Functionally, yes, because you can have more than one kitchen in a unit, but you couldn't sell it out, right? You couldn't rent it out rather. But yes, I mean, absolutely. And we don't know, right, how people are using their homes, but certainly that's how people are using.
That's one of the big changes is that this allows people to legally rent a viable living space, right. So that, just to clarify that for a lot of people who do have spaces that are 90% to an ADU or 95% to an ADU. And I also wanted to talk about the size limitations in here. They're saying 500 to 700 square feet. I think less is probably more practical too, especially in allowance as far as us having a conversation. Would you say that most 2-car garages are less than 500 square feet?
I think they're about 500 square feet. Just breaks a comparable.
So like if we're looking at above garage units, that kind of stuff, probably 500 square feet or less is going to be the most typical. So again, when we're talking about the limitations, I'd love to find a way to be inclusive of people who maybe have a space that they want to build above and it is less than 500 square feet, 490, 350, something like that, so that we're like inclusive of that group of people, because I think we can have an easy living space. And there's no requirement that says that has to be a separate bedroom. It could be an efficiency style ADU as long as it had met all of the other requirements, correct?
An efficiency style of ADU? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Like it didn't have a separate 1 bedroom.
I'm not sure about, I'm not sure. Do you know one?
Like a
Oh,
studio
yeah.
apartment, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, okay.
That was like a city
Yes.
term officially.
Yeah, sorry. All
Yes,
right.
studio.
I gotta put my big city hat on there. Okay, yes, studio, absolutely. I couldn't fathom what you meant. Yes. There's no
A 0
requirement. that-
bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's already that's going to already be allowed and
Correct,
and viable.
yes.
All right. And then as far as the parking, are we able to even be creative with things? I mean, how you said you thought that that almost all of the city would meet the exception rule, that we could require some kind of parking. Could it be something that required like an EV charger with it, or something that was like just so that somebody could park maybe an electric bicycle, or I mean, or things like that? I'm curious to know how we can be with that.
I think in the ADU ordinance itself, probably could not have that requirement unless it was related to the existing primary unit. I also think there would be a cost issue there, right? A development issue. And then again, the way that the ordinance would need to be written is that parking isn't required unless there are these exceptions in place. And I'll just list those out really quickly. And this is going to sound a little funny. But so you can require parking if there is no parking on site, if there is parking on site, and then if the primary unit is subject to parking requirements. So if there are ways so that's sort of where the flexibility comes in.
So only multifamily in this community has any parking requirements, right? So far?
No, there are parking for single family. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, so I mean, if you think, I don't know if you're. Yeah, so there are. I mean, I think it's 2 per. I'm not sure.
Yeah, for single family, it's 2 off-street parking spaces per unit. It's in the code, yeah.
And so functionally what that means for ADUs is a lot of people have 2-car garages plus 2 spaces in their driveway. And so in that case, you'd be able to say technically one of those is for the ADU, even though you're not actually functionally changing the landscape of the parking. That's why it's a little funky.
Okay. So that would put us into the realm of saying, yes, it's required parking for the current structure, the main.
Right.
So therefore we could say there needed to be required off-street parking for the ADU as well.
Right.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I've gotten almost all of my questions answered already. Thank you. One question I have, you were talking about an ADU having to comply with the construction requirements, the lot requirements, like height requirements and so many feet from the lot line, things like that. What about total lot coverage?
Yeah, so the way that we read the bill is that it could be subject to lot coverage.
Sorry.
Yes.
So yes, they do have to comply with lot coverage.
Right. So if you have 30% total lot coverage that's the maximum, then ADU would be included in that 30%. So you couldn't go above it with an ADU.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Just one more.
Unless there was HPC involved, where you could have more lot coverage and you didn't use that with your main structure.
An opportunity to talk about historic preservation. I'll take it.
We did not set this up earlier.
Yes, so absolutely, right. If you're landmarked, you're subject to higher lot coverage, higher FAR. I'll also just note that there's a requirement in the bill that you have an administrative review only. These can't be reviewed through public hearing. But the exception to that is also historic preservation. If it's a landmark property, it can go through the alteration certificate process, which is a public hearing process. So, yeah.
Right. It is 8:15 or 8:14. Let's come back at 8:25. Take 10 minutes. We're going to come back for public comment. Yeah. But we'll take our 8 o'clock break. And I think we're on track to get through the rest of the Pardon me.
Chris, Mayor, do you see the two microphones?
All right. Are we back on? Okay. Let's come back to order. And it's now time for public comment concerning discussion direction on compliance with House Bill 241152 regarding ADUs. Do we have anyone who signed up for public comment?
Yeah, our first comment card is from Matt Machado, and he'll be followed by Tamar Krantz.
Here you go.
Okay, thanks. There we go. Okay. My name is Matt Machado. Live at 501 Jefferson. Been in Louisville since '96, long time. Raised 4 kids here. My office is downtown, the old library. Love Louisville. It's my home. When I moved here, 96, I remember hearing that the town was built out. And I loved that idea that wasn't going to get any bigger, it was going to stay the same, more or less. It's grown a little bit, probably added a couple thousand people since then. It's fine. It's good. We're still a fantastic place to live. I don't think ADUs are going to change any of that, so I'm excited about the ADUs. I went through the brain damage and body damage of moving about 6 months ago in the fall to a house on Jefferson that has a guest house above the garage, about 600 square feet. Don't know if this opens up to ADUs, if we would actually go through with it. Primary reason being, they're really not going to be like a cash cow. They're, you got 600 square feet. I don't even know what you could rent that out for. Probably not much more than $1,000 a year, would be my guess. And then you've got insurance, and you got somebody living in your yard, or using your yard and living right there. It's a big, it's a big deal. A couple of points, and actually fit a lot of almost all the criteria, kind of the place where I live, or the ADU in not ADU, the guest house on my property checks a lot of the boxes. It's in quarter mile from the dash, etc. I think the ADUs are great. They are the low hanging fruit to address this housing issue that everybody's very concerned about. I think it's probably the easiest way, and I don't think it's going to change the character of the town. What I'd like to, the last thing I'd like to convey to the council is going back to this concept of not being a cash cow. If it is a difficult to get it approved, we're not going to do it, and I would suspect a lot of others won't do it either. It's hard for me to imagine that somebody that you could get a return on investment on if you have to spend $200,000 building one of these things. So that's really the only points I want to make, and I'm out of time anyway. But looking forward to seeing the process and seeing what comes out of it. And good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Tamar Krantz.
Hi, Tamar Krantz. I live in Louisville, and thanks for taking my comment. Planner Brackett Hochstadt mentioned allowing ADUs is going to meet 2 of our housing goals. And I just have to say this because it kind of cringe when I hear that it meets the goal of providing more housing, because anything we do is it's very easy to provide more housing. But I just wanted to, and she mentioned it meets the 3rd goal of diversifying housing. And we don't have a specific percentage goal of how many ADUs we want. So I just hope that when we say whether it meets the goals, we should clarify what those goals are. I know in the preamble or whatever they call it, the introduction to this legislation, it has a lot of words about how we need more affordable housing. So I'm really hoping that as we develop our implementation of this new legislation, that we focus on the affordable part. And let me just, sorry, look at my notes here. I really like the ideas that were in that menu that is provided to us by the state of affordability options. And as the previous speaker mentioned, it might not, he said it's not going to create a lot of income to make an ADU. So I also even talked to Judy Amabile, who was one of the sponsors of this bill. And I said, how many ADUs do you think are going to get built as a result of this? And she said, I still think it's going to be very few. So if we want to really promote ADUs, I think that the idea of fee waivers and providing incentives, especially for affordable rent, would be a great thing. And I hope we take, maybe Louisville can take some bold action in that way. I don't really have ideas, but I know that it's been discussed a lot in the community. Then I was also kind of concerned about this having taking us a step backwards in terms of affordability in our being forced to comply with this, just because if you have a $500,000 house for sale on the market, I mean, it could be sold as a $500,000 house, but it could also be sold, and especially in our Old Town area, converted into $1 million house with a luxury ADU, and it could be a cash cow, but that's going to I'm afraid of that happening for new development. And I just wanted to kind of remember what happened when this came before the fire families, and people were talking about what they wanted near us. We want to have, everybody kind of wanted there to be affordable ADUs, but not just necessarily more ADUs. So, and just, I was thinking that, I know that that this is going to be an administrative approval. We don't have a choice of that, but would there be a way to work in some kind of public input, just not to, maybe not to have a public hearing, but to have some kind of a notice requirement? I don't know if that would comply with the law, but just for concerns about privacy, if my neighbor was going to build an ADU, I just wouldn't want the windows looking into my window. And I wouldn't want to find out that they've already created all their designs when the bulldozers or the construction equipment comes. So I'm just wondering if you guys could think of, there's a lot to think about with all these things, but that's just one more thing. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thanks, Tamar. Any other public comments? No, okay. I've got these up here, but maybe if you can put the slide on it with the questions that you've laid before us, that might be a good, because I thought those were good questions. Good. And I guess I would just propose that we walk through these questions and have a discussion about each one of them. Of the list of qualifying methods, are there any council would like to staff to focus on while drafting the ordinance? Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
I'll say for me, the one that stands out as being most worthwhile is the technical and/or educational support, potentially including pre-approved construction plans and other technical assistance. It seems to me we have clear direction from the state that this is something, a direction they'd really like communities to be going in. I think it's a direction we were going in already. And to the extent we're going to sort of devote more resources to it, making the process easy to understand, and you call Rob or the planning staff and sort of get a pretty clear answer as to what you can build, where you can put it, what the requirements are, that sort of thing, without going through a whole lot of process, to me makes sense. I think to the point raised by one of the public comments, the value proposition for spending a few $100,000s on one of these and making a ton of money off it, often might not be there. This is I would imagine a lot of folks are going to be looking to house in-laws or friends from out of town or just add more space or what have you. So making the process work well makes sense to me. I like the idea of providing a voluntary pathway to doing some sort of deed restriction. I'm a little concerned about the complexity of the mechanism the city would have to come up with to make that work, and I wouldn't want a complex mechanism to be the enemy of just allowing these. So if there's an easy way to do it on a voluntary basis and make them sort of dedicated, affordable, I think that's great. Factory built, I think is great. I don't know exactly how we would encourage factory built versus otherwise. I think we saw actually an application for a prefab or factory built one a few months ago. And I also like the idea of coming into compliance as long as it's a voluntary coming into compliance. I don't want to be sending folks out there to find non-compliant ADUs and issue warnings or anything like that. So those are the ones that stood out to me. And I assume we're just dealing with the first question for now.
Yeah. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. The few that pop out to me, I don't disagree what Councilmember Hefner just said, but I'd like to add, for me, I think based on the feedback and responses from the housing study and what we've seen from the comp plan so far, and the comment of like, how many can we actually build on our existing properties? I think the pathways for existing ADUs to comply could be a great pathway to success. And then also the financial assistance piece, but I'd like to weave in some investigation for HPC. Because that fund seems to be, based on our finance committee discussions, a pretty hearty fund. And is this a creative way where we could maybe utilize some of that money to incentivize ADUs that meet some of these needs for affordability, accessibility, and those sorts of things? So I'd be interested in learning more about what that could possibly look like, because you also have different requirements for lot usage, right, that we discussed earlier. So that could also maybe be a way to diversify the housing stock and increase compliance and use of this. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, Member Tom.
Turn both microphones on. I have two microphones tonight. That list and the list in the packet is slightly different, and so I appreciate you mentioning some of the other ones as well. But like as I tick through this list, I think financial assistance seems like a great, such as waiving fees for affordable housing seems like a very easy thing to implement. That like if your house is going to be, again, you got to track it, trace it, whatever. But I think that one's easy. I think the pathway for separate sale of ADU doesn't seem like a super fruitful thing in the short term. Maybe 10 years down the road when we have lots of ADUs, potentially, that might be something we want to talk about dealing with. The pathway for existing ADUs doesn't seem as important to me, just because my sense is like, for instance, I have an in-law suite with no cooking abilities, right? So it's okay right now. For existing housing things like we have no existing ADUs, right, officially. But so for these existing structures to come into compliance, like if they're already in existence, they're already being used, this to me doesn't seem like a great use of our time to get these units into a compliant. Like that seems like, well, let's go and look at what you have already been doing for a long time, make sure it's, that's what gets us to, I guess I just don't really understand that one very much as helping with the affordable housing. But so maybe you can explain that a little bit more. The technical assistance, I agree with Councilmember Hefner. That seems like a really good use of, again, our time and expertise, and pretty easy to comply with as far as like going to the state and saying, yeah, we have a program where we give technical assistance and optional like pre-approved plans. We give financial assistance. And then in here, I really do like that piece around accessibility standards. One of the things that excites me about ADUs, not just their lowercase a affordable housing because they're small and you're not living in your own on your own property or sharing a property with somebody, so they're gonna be more affordable. But they're also diversifying, letting people age in place. I can imagine myself moving out of my big house. When my kids are gone, and moving into the little place because that works, but I'm aging, right? And so, making that accessible in general, I think is such a great idea that these, ADUs should potentially be one group they would be great for are people who are aging and don't need all the space. And so I think incentivizing accessible ADUs would be a great option. It doesn't mean that that's what you have to do, right? You can still have an over the garage, which is going to be by definition a little less accessible when you have to climb stairs and things like that. But so I really like that one. So those would be my three favorite of all of them, would be the accessibility, the technical assistance, and the financial assistance. And I think the only other I just want to comment on, well, no, I guess I'll do that later. That's all I have for these.
I will agree. I agree with all of them. I think they're all instrumental in assisting with the construction of ADUs and helping with the affordable housing problem that we have in Louisville. I have a question about how do we or will we be responsible for regulating them or for monitoring who's renting what and all of that, and how much money and time is that going to take from the city and staff, and are we going to make any money from these rentals that could then go toward waiving fees or paying for staff time or whatever needs to be done?
I really like that these don't have cords. Makes it easier. Okay, so yeah, I mean, in terms of, right, so, and I'm going to look to Director Zucchero to back me up here a little bit on some of this. We don't have any type of rental registry currently, even though you can rent out a room, right? And so I don't know that this is going to necessarily require the addition of a rental registry unless there is something like looking into the deed restriction or some other type of qualification that we would say, you have to show that you're continuously, like workforce housing would be a good example, right? If that's something that we want to pursue, you're going to have to create some type of registry to ensure that there are people who work in Louisville renting out those units. And so short of those types of particulars, it's possible that we could avoid that additional program lift overall. But I just want to make sure that's correct.
Yeah, I think we'll have to look into it. These are all good questions. Registering could have some benefits. I mean, we don't want to create roadblocks, but one of the things we've been talking about internally that we haven't talked about tonight is it allows for a building code compliance check. So there could be real life safety issues, even just like smoke and carbon monoxide, egress windows. It would be good to have a registration process just so that we can go in and make sure that we feel like they're safe. So it'd be very different from a licensing process. I would just say on the deed restrictions, we would, we recently made an agreement with the city of Boulder where they can give us technical assistance to do income qualification. So we have an agreement in place that if we did want to require deed restrictions, we'd have to come up with the form and follow some of their procedures, but they'd be able to manage those for us over time. So but to the registration, I think that could be a good thing to consider as long as we don't make it burdensome.
I guess the thing that I was really thinking too is we keep talking about wanting to provide more affordable living spaces for the people who live in Louisville who work in Louisville and can't potentially afford to buy a house or rent a $3,000 apartment. And currently there aren't a ton of options for them. So again, this goes back to Councilmember Fahey's point of a registry. If we're going to do it, it seems like if we're going to do it for one thing, it would just be all encompassing. It would be good for everything, right? If we were to register them for rental and for purposes, because there is no other way to quantify if you're using it for affordable housing, or if you're going to be doing it for workforce or to deed restricted. And a lot of these are to facilitate this. That's kind of part of the requirement, isn't it? Is that it's not just you're building an ADU for your in-laws to live in, like my mom to live in on the property, but it's instead to encourage housing, to fill a housing need that is here in Louisville. Louisville does not need my mother to live in it, trust me. So it's like, but it's one of those things. I'm just wondering if we're gonna give, expedited this or waive fees, and then we find out, oh, it's actually not being used for the purpose that we intended. Is that really what we want? Or do we want to encourage for that purpose that it is for affordable, that it is for the people who are working here and can't find something else? And maybe that in itself, to Councilmember Fahey's point, is it would be worth the cost. So again, if there is an avenue for us to learn more about how expensive that would be to facilitate and maintain, I can't imagine that that's cheap. And because I do really like the idea that first and foremost, I mean, I think a lot of, I know that we weren't supposed to have ADUs, so we'll just say ones with no cooking surfaces, rooms for rent that were used by a lot of nurses, like traveling nurses and things like that at a Vista. And that's that kind of workforce housing thing, people that didn't need a huge space, didn't want to spend a lot of money, and, working on, I don't know, providing for a young teacher or something like that for a few years or what have you. And I just also, well, sorry, the next question is not about this, it's about question number 2.
Councilmember Hammond.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on Councilmember Dickinson's question of what's the benefit of a pathway for existing ADUs. And so I'll put this to staff. In my mind, the reason why I thought it would be a good option is because we have House Bill 1313, we have 12% affordability goal. So if people are just gonna use them, why not get credit for them to help achieve those goals by pulling them into our system and tracking them?
Yeah, I would just respond to say, yes, that could be a potential benefit to also registering them. I think the biggest benefit to registering existing ADUs is life safety. And I think that's probably enough as a baseline. And then we could look at going beyond that if we thought there were other benefits
Okay.
to additional regulations and fees.
Okay. Thank you.
Pardon me. Well, I was going to weigh in a little bit. Financial assistance, waiving fees. I think that could certainly be a good one. It is sort of expedited. Is it going to be any value to expediting there's not a lot of process that has to happen with ADUs, or at least not, well, I shouldn't say that. You don't have kind of expediting process up there when we're talking about financial assistance. It is effectively kind of a form of financial assistance that you're helping people do something faster as a way of facilitating. But I mean, assuming that that's another one, I guess I think is a good one. Indeed, I do like the idea of the registry. I think to Rob's point, we have no idea right now how many soon to be non-compliant ADUs there are out there, or ones that are being used right now, and God only knows what shape they're in. And it sure would be nice to have some way to bring those into compliance, I think. Of these, I think the pathway for separate sale strikes me as the least interesting to me. And I agree with Councilmember Hefner and several others who talked about technical assistance. I think that stands to be if we're trying to encourage the building of ADUs or adoption, particularly for lower income people, I think that'll probably be a big one. So anyway, I'm not adding a lot except just to sort of, if you're keeping, you know, scratch marks of how many of us are choosing each one of them. There's that. Anything else about the first question?
Yeah,
Or
can I just clarify on the registry idea?
Yeah.
To me, it makes sense to keep track as we keep track sort of square footage and that sort of thing. If there's an ADU on the property, or I suppose how many dwelling units total are on the property, I get a little uncomfortable with the notion that we're going to keep track of who's renting to whom and for how much and that sort of thing, unless it's part of some broader program sort of around affordable housing that would be on a voluntary basis. I mean, I don't want to collect that information from people who aren't participating in some program.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I would leave staff to work out. I think you want to collect the least amount of information than you need to.
I
solve
raised the point only because I think we've talked about two separate things. One is in sort of the vein of, well, we want to make sure some or all of this housing is going to people who work in Louisville or are low income or meet certain other criteria. And I think that's one concept. And then there's a separate concept of let's keep track of how many dwelling units we have. And the second one makes sense to me, under any circumstance. And the first one makes sense only if it's part of some sort of broader voluntary program.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with that. I would assume that trying to make ADUs affordable is not something we're going to require people to do. There'll be requirements if they want some of these benefits that we're talking about, but that would be part of a program. Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
I think we're aligned.
I don't think anybody, and I don't know that you were suggesting that, gee, we shouldn't be forcing people to use them for
Well, I don't
affordability.
think anyone suggested that. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I don't think that was ever in the plan. Yeah.
I have something again. It straddles 1 into 2. It's not on the list. So question is a potential method, or like these are the only methods we can go through to, for instance, offer, we were talking about this, whether it's through HPC or otherwise, like if you were making an affordable ADU, you can have a 5%, I'm making up numbers, obviously, floor or lot coverage bonus, right? And so like, oh, I have this great house. I'd love to build an ADU in the backyard, but I'm out of space. I can't do it. Like, ooh, if I got a 5% bonus, then I could build it. And the only way I get that 5% bonus to build it is if it's for affordable or accessible something. So I don't know if that's an eligible method or not.
I don't think it's listed out. However, like I said, there is that sort of catch-all that we can suggest, or we can ask DOLA to approve things that aren't on this list. So that's certainly something we could look into.
It's kind of going to number 2, like another potential just idea when we're talking about other stuff.
Okay, well, let's talk about number 2 then. What additional information would you like in your review of the draft ordinance? I think we are late adopters of ADU ordinances. I mean, I think a lot of others have done so. Be really interesting to see if there are consistent with the direction we've given you, whether there are communities that have found some of these qualifying methods, for example, more useful, more, they've sort of moved the needle a little bit more than others. And I mean, I presume that you guys have access to people and information around what other communities are doing, and there may not be a lot of room for creativity, but I guess I would hope there'd be some. I mean, the whole point is to try to make more housing, and at least with respect to the qualifying methods, trying to get some of these for, to be more affordable. I've never looked at ADUs particularly as a means of solving our affordable housing problems, but I think that all depends on, what we're willing to provide or not require. Other things that people like, yeah, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. To the life safety point that you were bringing up, and as far as like a registry, is it possible to require things like the fire breaks that you would normally see built in townhouses? So that you see this a lot when somebody's renovating a property, making a rental in other communities where it's allowed, they'll add, fire breaks, whether it's a basement thing, so it's between the floors, if it's attached, what it does is it does help prevent the spread of a fire in one unit to another. So it keeps a lot of people safe. And the closer these units are together, especially if we're going to allow some additional lot leniencies, the bigger concern, and it's maybe something for the fire chief to be weighing in on all these conversations. But if that's something that we can take into consideration, I think that would be really good. The other thing would be some consideration to the ADUs if they are going to be not like a basement, but if they're going to be an add-on to the property, separate or attached, that they're in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and/or the main house. We can't do any character restriction.
Yes, that is not allowed.
So we can't do so people could build anything they wanted. It could be like,
No, it has to be to our ground.
but that's just the code. We don't have any code requirements on what it would look like other than just like height and the energy codes and things.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, right. Anything that the primary unit is subject to, the ADU can also be subject to. But in Louisville, it's pretty limited when you're talking about character, design, or anything like that.
That's
That's
just the
piece one.
historical.
And then piece two, and I know you know this, but just to say it, is that we can't have anything like matches the character of the neighborhood as a criteria to review the ADUs themselves. So,
And there's nothing that prevents neighbors from talking to neighbors about
the good neighbor
design.
program.
oh, you can make a lovely ADU, yes.
I mean, I think what everybody's worried about is suddenly somebody is gonna, plop an ADU that just looks horrific next to them. The people who are really worried about that are worried about, oh my gosh. But there's nothing wrong with talking to your neighbors
Good neighbor
and
program.
having a little discussion about what you're planning to do. Hopefully, that is something that we will encourage. I mean, as we go forward in talking about this publicly, that, I know that the issue is really divisive in some quarters. When we did the early open house, I just remember seeing the voting on whether you'd want one in your neighborhood or not. And it was like 43% and 44%, 43% were saying absolutely not. And the other 40% were saying absolutely. And it was like, wow, there wasn't a lot in the middle. And so I think trying to get people's minds around the idea that not only is this being, these are requirements, but that there's ways of hopefully working together so that it's not just a miserable experience for everybody all the time. Yeah.
I just actually wanted to second Councilmember Hoffner's idea of basically previewing a plat. So if somebody came to you and said, this is my lot, and what kind of an ADU would be legally allowed for me to put here because I'd like to do it, it would be such a great way to facilitate making it quick and easy for people, especially if we did have some pre-approved plans that you thought you could see that would fit, or letting them know what their setbacks are. I think a lot of people find it very challenging to dig into the PUDs to find out what their setbacks are and things like that. And if maybe we are making an allowance, for people who have additional space, like if it's a 18-foot setback, maybe it can be a 10-foot setback to allow for this if they're going to be meeting certain standards voluntarily. So.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to be sure that when someone comes to apply for an ADU permit, I'm assuming they have to get a permit to build it. that the process is very straightforward. You just check this box, this box, this box, okay, go ahead. And not real complicated with all the requirements. So that they can, and then, maybe page 2 is, and if you do this, then you could get this extra assistance or whatever. Thank you.
Are there other things that we want to see in the draft ordinance? Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, so two things. The first is under the state law, I understand we have to have ADUs for single family, and there's sort of a question mark around multifamily. I'd like to see some consideration of, is there a sort of practical way to do it for multifamily? I think building on someone's earlier comment, maybe there's a community that's already adopted an approach that makes sense. Certainly don't want to create anything overly complex or difficult, but if there's a way to do it for multifamily, that makes sense. And then the second one is one that Director Zuccaro raised earlier, which is tap fees, and I think we'll have to have that conversation.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. Some of my thoughts have already been mentioned by other council members, but two that I'd like to highlight. Again, HPC, and I think this might go back also to Councilmember Kern's question about design standards. Does that apply to ADUs built on lots with HPC properties? I've seen a nod.
Yes, yep, the design review for landmark properties is separate. They would still be subject to
Yep.
design review, right?
So again, I'd love to my comment earlier to see some creative ways that we could potentially leverage that HPC program and the allowances that come with that. The other thing I'd like to learn more about is the parking. This has come up in a variety of different conversations, and if it's not addressed specifically in this ordinance, how is the city going to continue to find solutions for this, given the limited amount of parking in some areas of Louisville that's then competing with public parking as well? So I suspect this ordinance might pull that to the forefront too. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we go to the third one? Questions about the proposed engagement plan. I actually cheated a little bit because my comment about encouraging civility is sort of something that's proposed engagement. I think that the question I have right now is that there was certainly some months ago, and I would expect that the interest is still there in fire survivors to be able to start thinking about or putting in ADUs. And I know some have sort of begun that. I mean, they sort of built with that in mind, that they would try to make it a fairly simple transition. But I don't know how any of that affects our timing. This is maybe a little straining on proposed engagement, but we have a timeline that we're looking at, and I don't know whether there's been any pressure or any questions that have been coming forward to you and the planning department around moving this along faster in order to.
With the rebuilds. Yeah, I would say in my experience, after that kind of petered out middle of last year, it was that was the last big wave. Although I do know in a general sense that that's certainly still an issue, even though we've approved a lot of permits since then. So yes, certainly that is a sensitivity that we can look to, which is trying to move this forward so that the folks that are still rebuilding might have an opportunity to comply.
I mean, I think it's really important to get the word out in as many ways as possible that this has become easier because the state is allowing it. So at least for the people who might be in that position, and maybe not paying as close of attention, they might think twice. Other questions or thoughts about the engagement process? Else? All right. Thank you very much. I think if you have enough direction from us.
That was incredibly helpful. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work on this. All right, let's move to item D, ordinance number 1873, series 2024, and ordinance amending type 16 and 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code to revise the expedited PUD review process, the minor subdivision process, and subdivision definitions. Second reading. We have a we have a staff presentation. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. And all right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Matt Post, relatively new planner on staff this evening. I'll be presenting a draft ordinance to amend the zoning code and the subdivision code to update the expedited PUD process, the minor subdivision procedures, and subdivision definitions. A bit of background on PUDs. I'm sure all of you are aware PUDs are essentially, or planned unit developments rather, are essentially site development plans with zoning specific information on them. All commercial, industrial, and residential development of more than 6 dwelling units or multifamily units require a PUD prior to building permit application. At the moment, under the current process, most PUDs require 4 public hearings. That would be a planning commission and city council hearing with the preliminary PUD. And then once that's approved, assuming that moves forward, a final PUD would be presented to planning commission and city council, a total of 4 public hearings for most all PUDs here in the city. The current expedited PUD process allows for some PUDs to go straight to the final PUD process, which only requires 2 public hearings instead of 4. But again, projects that are eligible for the current expedited PUD process are very limited. I think it's worth saying too that the expedited term here, since it was brought up in earlier presentations, by no means does it mean there's special treatment. There's no fee paid to move them to the front. They don't jump in front of a queue. It's simply a term that exists in the ordinance that we're working with, and it just directly relates to the final PUD process. A bit of background here again, if necessary, a subdivision review would occur simultaneously with the review of a PUD. And a subdivision is obviously the subdivision or consolidation of property that would generally occur with development. Most PUDs are accompanied by a subdivision plat, or rather most subdivision plats that we review are accompanied by a PUD. And so at the moment, under the current process, most plats also require 4 public hearings. Again, planning commission, city council with a preliminary plat, planning commission, city council with a final plat. The current minor subdivision process allows for some plats to go straight to final plat. Again, only requiring 2 public hearings instead of 4, but eligible projects are limited in scope and scale due to current minor subdivision thresholds. So the purpose of the proposal this evening is to recognize that most PUDs and subdivision applications can be adequately evaluated against adopted policies and development guidelines and regulations in the final PUD and final plat review process. So just generally before staff will bring a final plat or a final PUD before the planning commission and the city council, staff will obviously review that item to ensure that it meets all of our review criteria, including development policies, zoning code, subdivision code, applicable engineering design guidelines, and standards, and including referral agency comments. Those would be outside agencies like the Louisville Fire Protection District, CDOT, RTD, Excel Energy, Boulder Valley Schools, so on and so forth. So by allowing broader access to the expedited PUD process and relying on the accurate administration of development policies and reducing the public hearing requirement from 4 to 2 for eligible projects, staff anticipate a reduction in redundancies in the land use review process and a more balanced caseload for staff to better serve our community and stakeholders as well. So some highlights of the ordinance. Obviously, the actual language is in your staff packets, but first and foremost, we're maintaining that the property has been previously subdivided. Again, these are the standards that would make a project eligible for the expedited PUD process. We're maintaining that the property was previously subdivided. We are adding that any subdivision as part of a PUD must be within the minor subdivision procedures. Part of the larger change that we're presenting tonight would also be a change to those minor subdivision procedures to allow more projects to be eligible. We'll discuss that in later slides here. We're proposing to eliminate that an expedited PUD must be within an approved GDP or general development plan. As I'm sure the council knows, a general development plan is essentially a type of zoning that includes a contractual zoning document. The reason for eliminating that requirement is because GDPs are very geographically limited, mainly in the McCaslin corridor in Centennial Valley, the north side of CTC, and some of the South Boulder Road corridor. We're also eliminating the requirement that an expedited PUD only have one building and one principal use. Then we're also recommending tonight that the 7-acre threshold be removed. And the 7-acre threshold essentially states that any PUD proposal that's larger than 7 acres in size is not eligible for the expedited PUD process. And we'll expand on that a little bit here. So the 7-acre threshold, or rather removing the 7-acre threshold was not presented to the Planning Commission initially. So staff are presenting it here tonight based on deliberation by the Planning Commission that included inquiries into the origin of the actual 7-acre threshold. Staff reviewed the history and were unable to find a clear reason or intent as to why the standard actually exists. We have some clue or indication, but there's no clear connection as to why it was originally adopted. So removal of the 7-acre threshold, again, from the expedited PUD draft ordinance that we're presenting tonight was not proposed to the Planning Commission. However, based on the discussion at the Planning Commission public hearing, the lack of rationale that staff can find for the 7-acre threshold and the fact that the proposed language would still provide discretion for staff to require a preliminary PUD when it is appropriate, staff are recommending that City Council remove the 7-acre threshold from this draft ordinance this evening. So continuing on with highlights of the proposed ordinance, again, actual language in your staff packets, but amending one of the thresholds for a minor subdivision to expand the number of projects to go eligible to straight to final plat is one of the items we're proposing tonight. Project eligible for a minor subdivision is also eligible for a minor plat. Otherwise, we'd have to go through the preliminary process. So we're recommending amending some of the thresholds for the minor subdivision process. Again, in your staff packets, we can discuss that following this presentation. This would include removing language relating to density, number of lots, and extent and location of site improvements. The reason that staff are proposing to remove that language from the minor subdivision thresholds is really because density is not established by a plat, but is rather limited by applicable zoning regulations. So the number of lots don't necessarily correlate to density on a site. And a quick real world example would be a 2-acre site that's eligible for an apartment building or townhomes. The apartment building can be built on one lot. A plat would reflect one lot. Could be 40 units. That same lot could potentially accommodate 15 townhomes for a fee simple sale. The plat, for all intents and purposes, for a 15-unit townhome would look like a more dense project, when in all actuality, a single lot that can accommodate an apartment building is actually the more dense project. So also proposing to remove language that references a material change to the extent and location of site improvement details like easements, public improvements, and open space areas. The reason for this recommendation is that when a site develops or redevelops, the location of wet and dry utility easements, fire access easements, public improvements, open space area dedications, so on and so forth, are more often than not dictated by the proposed building location, applicable zoning requirements, and applicable engineering design guidelines. And the truth is that most new development and infill development includes the establishment of new easements, new public improvement requirements, so on and so forth. So the idea here is simply to ensure that our subdivision standards align with the reality of development proposals and our engineering and zoning review guidelines. We're also proposing to amend the definition of planned unit development in the subdivision code. This is simply a cleanup item. The definition of planned unit development in the subdivision code explicitly requires a preliminary plat and a final plat. So this would be a cleanup item to ensure that there's no conflict between Title 16 and Title 17 of the ordinance. Moving on, we want to reiterate that expedited PUDs or final PUDs and final plats as presented in the ordinance still require public hearings before the Planning Commission and the City Council. The only major difference that we'll find here is that there'll be 2 hearings required instead of 4. The expedited PUD is also an optional process that the applicant can choose to go through. And again, we do have the discretionary ability to actually show that it is eligible via some language we've proposed to change regarding material changes. Applicants may find it beneficial to undergo a preliminary review if they're generally lacking policy alignment with us, right? If they're requesting a lot of waivers, something on those lines, they might find preliminary review favorable. Otherwise, a final plat and PUD process would generally represent a large investment for an applicant. They have to be a little bit more serious when they present their applications to us. So a couple scenarios under the proposal, or 4 scenarios rather, we can go through quickly. The first one here, the project type would be a single-use commercial building on a single property. This would be generally what you would find in CTC, less than 7 acres in size, previously subdivided. This application type would likely be eligible for the expedited PUD process. In fact, the north half of CTC, for example, in existing GDP, they're generally eligible for final PUD right now. Although, again, the majority of the south side of the CTC is not in a GDP. So technically, the majority of those single lots in CTC that are vacant are not eligible for final PUD. A multi-building mixed-use development that could include residential, commercial, and retail uses, less than 7 acres in size, previously subdivided. Yes, the application would, again, likely be eligible if it's previously platted less than 7 acres and it meets the requirements of the minor subdivision process. Again, if there's no significant material change occurring on site based on the revised language that we're proposing this evening, a project of that type would generally be eligible for final PUD and plat review as well. The big change we're presenting tonight is here that a multi-building, mixed-use, commercial, industrial, retail site that is greater than 7 acres in size and has been previously subdivided would also be eligible for the final PUD and final plat process. Again, recognizing that public hearings are still required and staff still have the discretionary ability to determine that a material change may be present that would require preliminary review, and it remains optional. The last example here, development that includes a material change as again identified in the draft ordinance or is not previously subdivided would not be eligible for the expedited PUD process. So with that, the Planning Commission recommended approval with a condition to remove some language due to a staff oversight on March 14th, 2024. And so staff is recommending approval of the ordinance as drafted with the condition that the language be removed. It says the property is a minimum of 1 and no more than 7 acres in area. Again, draft ordinance. That concludes staff presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll wait to, well, I'm not going to wait to say thank you because this is a huge lift and a lot of complexity and pulling together a lot of pieces of the code. And having been on the Planning Commission, and a couple of us have been on Planning Commission, and there are, all of us have dealt with PUDs and the many hearings and applicants complaining about the time it's taking, and sometimes residents complaining about the time it's taking. This is a real big step forward. But let's ask for questions first, and then we'll take some public comment. Yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you. This is really great. I like the idea of being able to facilitate these businesses, not having to spend as much money, getting these plans to us, getting through the planning department and to council to be built. I'm curious to know though, and I think part of it is my lack of understanding on it. Why specifically require that it be previously subdivided? Because I'm thinking, like you were saying in the CTC, for example, there are certain lots that wouldn't qualify for this, even though they're going to build like a single commercial building that I think would probably highly benefit from it. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I think I can clarify. So my statement that certain lots are currently not, that statement was related to current lots and there are current lots in the CTC that are not eligible under the current language.
Oh, good. That would
Yeah,
be
and so I was referencing that there's the CTC is made up of a general development plan to the north, and then on the south, it's just a straight zone district. And so one of the current requirements is that in order to be eligible, you have to be in a GDP. So that's what I was referencing. So I may have been unclear about that. So I apologize. As far as previously not subdivided, the truth of the matter is there's probably not many properties in the city that are not subdivided. I believe there are some, but that is a standard that we felt was appropriate to maintain in the ordinance, just based on the changes that we were proposing. So there's not many properties that we would see that are not currently subdivided in the city.
Okay. And maybe I missed something and I apologize. So this meets for commercial as well as residential. So if somebody was putting in multifamily, so are there any locations that haven't been previously subdivided that would meet the multifamily requirement, but not a commercial one that would be impacted and it would make it more difficult?
Not that I'm necessarily aware of. No, Rob with his institutional knowledge may know better than I do, but not that I can think of.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, I know a few properties that are still unsubdivided, but not many within the core of the city. So
Right.
I don't know.
I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't like, oh yeah, half of them will and half, this is great. I like the idea too. It should help make things simpler for your team as well in the process, does it? Great. And the businesses. Thank you. I love this idea. I'm all in favor.
Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I just wanted to clarify. So it's up to the applicant to decide if they want to do a preliminary and a final, or are they just not allowed to do a preliminary?
No, it is an option for the applicant. They may potentially be eligible. Staff will obviously inform them were the ordinance to pass that they would be eligible. If we determine that they are eligible, we'll inform them of that. But they can still take the option to undergo the preliminary review process if it's beneficial. And there are likely some scenarios where they might find that it's beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of flipping it on its head a little bit. If we had no preliminary reviews at all and start from that point, now with this new ordinance going from there, like no one ever has to do it. Who does have to do it? Just like what are the very few examples that are absolutely going to have to do a subdivision or sorry, a preliminary?
Yeah, there would likely not be many. I think again, we would have those unsubdivided properties that would come in. Those would be the ones. I would say that the language that we've proposed as it relates to a material change, again, allows us, the director specifically, the discretion to make a determination as to whether or not a preliminary review is required. Generally, that would include a significant development proposal that would likely involve maybe the relocation of a utility main line, the addition of a major street somewhere, something along those lines, right, where it's informative and beneficial for us to engage in the preliminary process, receive that initial feedback before the applicant again makes that heavy investment in a final plan document where we require more comprehensive sets essentially. So I can imagine that as some infill development occurs that we may come across a project that does meet those standards for a material change just based on existing development patterns and existing improvement conditions. But yeah, again, likely, I think the truth of the matter is that a large number of projects would likely be eligible for the final process at this point.
Okay, because I think, yes, I think that's good for my question. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, why don't we go ahead and take public comment? Our first round, public comment.
Up first is Tamar Krantz.
Thank you. I hope you're not getting tired of me coming up here to comment on each of these items, but I really do, thank you. I really do care a lot about this one, and I really appreciate that Planner Post has explained this in a way that I could understand it, because it is really complicated. And I'm very grateful for Councilmember Dickinson's question, because I was wondering really wondering the same thing, like how many are going to still require this to go through the preliminary and final process. I like the preliminary and final process. I'm all for taking away the staff burden, and I really do understand how it can be very cumbersome for developers and for our staff. But I feel like public engagement is really important. And just having served on Planning Commission, I really think that there are nuances that come out in that process. Like, for example, there was a development in which former Planning Commissioner Hefner noticed that we didn't have compliance with the electric car charging parking. And then it would give it didn't go that way in this particular instance, but it would give, it gives the Planning Commission and you the opportunity to correct things that aren't right, send the developer back to fix things so that they are complying with our laws, rather than just saying we approve this with a lot of conditions. I think it's better to get it right in the design in the first place. I'm sorry, I just don't want to talk really fast, but I also think it would be I'm really concerned about how this is going to apply at Red Tail Ridge. And I don't think that Planner Post mentioned that, but I'm wondering how this might apply to, it sounds like that if we had a 40-acre hospital site, that could just go through a single review process. So I think that might be something that would be good to have a preliminary and final plat on, because it's going to have a lot of, complicated things that you guys have discussed through all the Red Tail Ridge discussions. I know you probably shouldn't get too specific because the applicant's not here on that one, but overall, I think it would be really nice to maintain that for less than 7 acres or some smaller threshold than any threshold. Also, one idea I think would be nice if you would consider is that you use this process for applications that don't ask for waivers. So give the expedited process to anything that is already compliant. I think that would be great. If they're asking for waivers from our codes, it would be, I think that it would be good to have a preliminary plat. And I would be more comfortable with seeing things defined as what is a material change, having that laid out rather than putting the burden on our planning staff to make that determination, because I think it would help us in consistency. Oops, looks like I'm out of time, but thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Twan. Like no other public. You want to? We'll wait for you.
Sherry Summer, thanks for those comments, Tamar. I was just wondering how the concept plan review will play into this process. That's another optional step that people can take. And I kind of wonder how important that will be, especially if we're talking about projects of any size. Some could be quite large. Sorry, I'm really tired. When you get to the point where it's quite large, how will this all play out if it's a very contentious project and then it gets all the way to the final plat? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So it's the end of the first round of public comments. Additional council questions? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Actually, just would like to confirm that the concept plan review is still an option for anybody who is bringing a proposal to council. Is that correct? That will not change with this?
Yeah, correct. Yep. The concept plan is still an optional process. Yes.
You know, and maybe you can answer this. The question that Ms. Summer just mentioned about some of the more complicated projects. I mean, there's always staff discretion to require that it go through, even if the applicant wants an expedited and is entitled to at least ask for an expedited process, right?
Correct.
So that if there's certain pieces of it that really need additional fleshing out, I presume that you're going to end up probably requiring, in those cases where there is a need for it, you'll request it.
I would agree, and I would say that staff would generally be able to identify those types of plans early on. I didn't mention this, but we do engage in a pre-application meeting with all development proposals prior to actually accepting any formal application, including preliminary PUDs and plats, where we give applicants the opportunity to sit down, chat with us about the actual process, our requirements, and from that point, we actually give them a response that outlines exactly what the process requirements will be for that particular project, and what they'll need to meet from a policy perspective. So I think we have the opportunity to identify those early on in the process.
And I think in some respects, it seems like it's going to behoove applicant, planning staff to, not drop messes on council's desk. That's usually, I mean, my experience in years of doing this is that's really not the general order of things. If there are, I mean, to the controversy of them, I mean, a lot of things can get controversial. I don't know they're having multiple controversies, 4 hearings rather than 2, necessarily makes a difference in and of itself. I presume you're going to manage that process coming up. So I guess I'm comfortable with that. Do we have other? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have other comments?
My question would be, and this is for any of the 3 of you, if one of you feels to give the answer. Would you say these preliminary plats and preliminary PUDs are typical throughout different cities and organizations, or is it atypical? Do you have a sense if we're an outlier or currently?
I'll let Rob chime in a little bit as well, but I would say that it's atypical and we're an outlier, and that we require it for every development project that comes through. I have experience at several other jurisdictions on the Front Range, and my personal experience is this. Yeah, I believe this is atypical. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a tally, so we can't, but anecdotally from our personal experience, there's a little bit of a mix, but a lot of cities that don't require it or have it optional as well.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Councilman Raymond.
That was one of my questions, so thank you. I know, write that, tally it. I just want to bring us back and remind ourselves. So one of the reasons why we're even discussing this tonight is because this was basically one of the things on the 2024 council work plan of looking at strategic code changes for economic vitality, community design, that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, we think that fits under that category. As we initiated this, we felt like it was consistent with that part of the work plan.
Okay. And I I appreciate and hear some of the comments that were made earlier regarding, the preliminary and the final. But I think as we've discussed this further, it's at your own risk, right? So if you're willing to put all that money in to go straight to final, we can still say no or put a bunch of requirements on it. So knowing that, knowing this was on our work plan, the goals that we're achieving through this, I think it's a good idea, honestly, from my perspective.
We take some more public comment, second round of public comment. If you've spoken already, I don't think you get it. I don't think you get to speak again. You can get to speak again? Oh, you did. I haven't had this come up before. I stand correct.
Josh Cooperman?
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. All right, Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I was thinking about making a comment before, but Tamar made a comment or touched on it at the end of her comments about the language material change. And as far as I can tell, in the ordinance, there's no definition of what material change means. And perhaps that's meant to be like that. Maybe that's the way in which our director can decide whether or not an application should be eligible for expedited treatment or not. And in that case, I think it's probably fine not to define what material change means. On the other hand, if that's not the intention, right, if it's meant to be more specific, like such and such a change physically on the location of the property is material or not material, then I think we need a definition. So I just wanted to point that out, maybe contemplate that a little bit more. Otherwise, I'm fairly supportive of the ordinance. Thanks.
Thanks, Josh.
And Tamar?
Yes, it sounds like it was an objective of the work plan and something that we really do want to make reduce staff burden and expedite processes. But I just wanted to speak out one more time for the public engagement process, because sometimes we don't find out about something until it's posted in a city council meeting, and something that's really complicated that we don't find out about till it's posted in the meeting, that gives the public only 4 days to respond until the Tuesday comes up. And I think that just like you're giving us a second opportunity to speak right here, we can kind of adjust the public can kind of adjust how things go. I know in the summertime, you don't have a big turnout for this, but I just wanted to up it a little bit and say, okay, well, maybe a 40-acre hospital site might be something important, but what about a 100-acre commercial industrial development that's asking for waivers and asking for, changing the location of a park, and you'd want to know whether that's going to be adjacent to public open space or not. I'm just thinking of something that's a lot broader, and I would really hope that we would have more than 4 days. The public would have more than 4 days to consider it. And I think that this would be taking that away from us. And maybe you could address that question of 100-acre rather than, 100-acre commercial industrial development. Would that be something that you would want to go through only one public hearing? Thanks for taking my question.
Thank you, Tamara. Any other public comments? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think I appreciate the work you guys are putting into this. I think it's important to remember, like, we're not trying to get rid of or change, like, we're not doing administrative approval of a PUD. It's still coming to Planning Commission, and a month later, weeks later, if not months later, coming to council. And just a little like that's a little bit for you tomorrow, just realizing, like, there's also a warning shot before the council, like it has to actually go through 2 public hearings normally. And then I think what you've created, which I think Josh maybe alluded to, is the ability to look at something and go like, yeah, we want you to come. We think this is a big enough deal. It's material enough that we want you to come for preliminary, because it's necessary and important. And it's an option that we have as a city staff, is to say, this needs to come through an atypical process because it's a big thing. But otherwise, it's a typical process. You go to planning, you'll go to council, it's a public hearing, we'll do the whole thing, and we're gonna obviously still apply those things. And again, I mean, there's a part to me that feels like we're not getting there, but if there's no waiver, no exception, no anything, that does feel administrative. It's a very odd thing for something to come to us that is not asking for anything outside of our code, and then we're asked to judge something that's not anywhere outside our code. It's a weird night, but it makes it look like we have a decision to make when they're not even asking for it's use by right. So I feel like this isn't asking for administrative approval of use by right, no exception PUDs. They're still coming in front of us as well, and still coming in front of planning. So I don't think we're skipping anything here. I'm comfortable, and I'm comfortable with what you guys have added into this, if you will, or not taken away from it, which is the ability to do 4 meetings if you find it necessary, and the ability for the applicant to do 4 meetings if they really find it necessary without us forcing them. So those are still both there, but I think most things are going to go through in that. And so I asked the typical process of 2 meetings, and that's, I think, sufficient and accomplishes some of the goals we set out as a council to just be a little bit more efficient with what we do, which is already inefficient. It's a long process no matter what. So hopefully this is a little better. So I'm in support of this idea.
Which just slipped my mind. It's that time of night, I'm afraid. Let me go to the next. Anybody else have comments? I will do that. Once we're done with the discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll try and be brief. I think this is excellent. It's very well done. I agree that it's exactly the sort of thing we were looking for when we put this item on our work plan. I hope to see more like this. These kinds of incremental improvements, I think, can make a big difference. I wish we could pass this one 10 times. 2 public hearings is still a lot of public hearings. I'm not overly concerned that we're depriving the public of important opportunities to weigh in, which are important. I think the Planning Commission serves a very important role in that regard. Hearing that initial round of feedback, digging into the weeds, thinking about the details, and frankly, it's an opportunity. Things get bounced at Planning Commission and have to go back to the drawing board for further review. So I'm not overly concerned about public involvement, and I think on balance, this is going to simplify the process for staff, for developers, for us across the board. So thank you.
Quick question for, well, Matt or Rob, either one of you. Is that the term material change, is that a term that is defined anywhere, or is it, are you applying your own sort of standard that you're following consistently?
Right. So it's existing language actually in the minor subdivision, and it is not defined. So we would have to make a determination. We played around with the language a little bit, but we still have to make a finding that there's no material change.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not bothered by that too much. I think that is the art of being a good planner, I think. I mean, that's what we have professional staff to do.
I would actually hate for it to be overly defined, and then we think there's an actual issue, but we feel compelled by the definition to not say this is a big change or a big deal, and then not accept it as a minor subdivision.
I mean, in my world, materiality is typically, people argue about it a lot, but a lot of it is something that's just a matter of judgment. And so I'm certainly comfortable with that, but I did want to know a little bit of whether there was something people were, that you guys actually, pointed yourself to in a definition or not. Other comments of council members? Okay, from my standpoint, this is sort of long in coming because, I've talked for some time with Director Zaccaro about some of the things that are problematic with the planning code and process, and some of the things that are sort of antiquated or outside of what typically gets done. And this effort, I think, is the result of a lot of probably 9 years of Director Zaccaro's working in Louisville, as well as the whole staff working on these issues. I think that a measure like this is certainly it has impact on economic vitality, because every time there's a delay that's not warranted, isn't well warranted. There's money being spent in interest, and every time there's a delay, frankly, there's time that's wasted that could be spent in different ways by staff. I think having a streamlined process means that, in fewer hearings sometimes can mean that the public doesn't have to arrange to be at 4 different hearings to make sure they catch every little piece of it. And, that can be a strain too. It's easy for a lot of us to be at these hearings because we have to, or we're elected to, or we're appointed to. But I think there's efficiencies to be gained there. And the question is always, if there is an additional piece of process, is it really worth it? And are we giving up something here? And I think I've heard the presentation, read the ordinance changes, and heard my colleagues and the public talk about it. And I think that the way this is constructed, the guardrails around it are all there. Folks have choices about whether to do this expedited process or not. The staff has the option to require the more in-depth process if there's a reason to do it. Not every single kind of application is going to warrant this treatment, but the ones that are and should be decided based on the decision, that we put in the ordinances and the guidelines that every applicant is trying to comply with. There's no reason we shouldn't get that done faster. It's good government. It's good economics. It's good public engagement. So I'm in favor of it. And unless there's something else that folks want.
Would you entertain a motion?
Not yet. I'm going to close the public hearing. Now we can entertain a motion.
I move the adoption of ordinance number 1873, series 2024, an ordinance amending Title 16 and Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code to revise the expedited PUD review process, the minor subdivision process, and subdivision definitions.
Second.
You're just moving one time?
Let the record state that I'm moving it 10 times.
Okay, and I'm seconding it 10 times. All right. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go to ordinance number 4 series 4 Building Code Board of Appeals to review and make recommendations to City Council on building code options. Second reading.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Rob Zuccaro with the Community Development Department making this presentation tonight. So The Building Code Board of Appeals, going back to 1996, they were established to hear appeals of the building official. If he was to make a determination or a decision on a building permit, somebody disagreed, we have a Board of Appeals so that they have a backstop to go review that determination. So it's a good backstop, make sure that, you know, not all interpretations are black and white. So that's their purpose. We have a board of experts who can say, yes, that's the right interpretation, or no, we should interpret it a little differently. And then there's some relief to those building code applicants. So that's the primary purpose of the Building Code Board of Appeals. In 2006, the city created a building, a licensing program for contractors. We didn't have one before 2006, so we added to their duties so that they could also hear revocation requests against somebody's license. So if they're violating the city code, or there's some other provisions, then they go before this board and the board can take action on their license. The board has never had a formal role in reviewing building code adoptions, although historically they have from time to time participated in reviewing the adoption of building codes and amendments to those codes. So every time we bring building codes, we also look at a whole series of amendments. We have a request from City Council to consider formalizing their role in making a recommendation to City Council whenever the city is considering the adoption of a building code. That includes our energy code, that's part of the building code, electrical, plumbing, and the general building codes, existing building maintenance codes. We have all those. So anything that falls under those code series, they could make a recommendation to City Council when those codes are up for adoption or any amendments to those codes. So that's a one sentence add to their authority that's being proposed, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Hanlon.
To me, this makes sense, and I was surprised it was omitted. My question is, was the board asked if this was something that they felt was under their scope of practice as a board?
I think they very much want to participate in this. Yes.
Thank you.
Am I raising my hand too anymore? Is there a safety valve? I can't imagine a situation, but if we had to adopt an emergency change to the building code, can we bypass this?
That's a great question. I'm going to defer to City Attorney Kelly, see if she knows the answer to that.
I don't know the answer. I haven't really worked on this ordinance, but I think that's a really good suggestion. And, you know, I guess I'm reluctant to at 10 o'clock at night draft some language on the fly.
Okay. And I would say an example is we do have something in our ordinance that says that the Planning Commission has to review any zoning ordinance amendments before City Council reviews those. So certainly we'll have to do some research and confirm it, but it may be similar to that. I think we could probably adopt a zoning ordinance as an emergency ordinance. But we'll have to confirm that.
Okay.
Any other comment? You're not suggesting not to move this?
Maybe the city attorney could just give us an opinion at our next meeting as to sort of whether we would need to change this or whether there's an existing procedure. But I'm happy to sort of move forward as drafted tonight.
I'm curious as to what, because I've never had an emergency building code ordinance come before us. So what sort of situation would that be?
Yeah, I've never seen one. I assume it would be a very rare occurrence. I can't even come up with a good example, but there'd have to be some real life safety issue that was identified that was occurring probably in current, in current construction. And we wanted to make sure it was, stopped pretty immediately because, it was creating a danger.
I'm wondering whether we could just deal with it within the language that we've got. If we make recommendations against on any, non-emergent, I don't know, we can, I don't want to do it unless the city attorney feels comfortable recommending language to us.
Well, as I said, I don't think 10 o'clock at night is the best time to try to draft language on the fly.
Okay, can we?
I don't think we're gonna have an emergency between now and when we can get an answer to this question.
No, I know. I'm thinking about how we want to proceed. We can set it over. I just don't want to go through the whole notice process again.
Yeah. I feel like you're okay moving this forward because I don't see, to Rob's point, I can't think of an emergency building code amendment either. There might be an odd scenario. I do think when the city attorney looks at it, our process in our ordinances for amending the building code doesn't say that this is a step there, but the purpose or mission of the BCBOA says to provide recommendations on it. So if we were really in a bind, I think there might be something there we could work through. But in the meantime, I think that's something the city attorney can look at. And if necessary, we could bring back an amendment to you to fix this.
Well, then,
And if I may, just thinking out loud here, if there is an emergency situation where we need an emergency adoption of some sort of building code provision, within that emergency adoption, we could by emergency change this also. I mean, we can fold it all into one emergency ordinance.
See, even at 10 o'clock.
Even at 10 o'clock.
Even at 10 o'clock, she's got it. All right, so we need to, let's see, did we take any public comments? I don't think we took any public comment. We don't have any public comment. Okay. Mike Kransdorf.
Hi, Mike Kransdorf, property owner, not a resident. I'm absolutely in favor of this, and in fact, think it's a little weak. I think the Board of Appeals, I'm kind of guessing this came about during the energy code process, where they had a lot of strong opinions that were ignored by council. And as I said, I'm just guessing. This is asking for them to have more input. So I'd like to see them have more input. Just saying they're allowed to make a recommendation is the least you can do. So yes, absolutely approve this. And I'd like to see them have a greater influence. I think their expertise is very valuable to what the city needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other public comment requests? No. Taking it back to council comments, I would say yes, indeed, this does have its genesis in passage of the commercial energy code. And it's not so much that council ignored the comments of the BCBOA. They just didn't get to us and presented to us in full in a timely way. And this is a way to fix that. And I think to make good use of the expertise that the BCBOA has by ordinance that it's required to have. So let's go for a second round of public comment. Is there anything either of the public? No, none. All right. Any other further discussion? not, I'm going to close the public hearing. Close the public hearing. I will move.
Okay.
Passage of an ordinance, ordinance number 1874, series 2024, an ordinance amending Louisville Municipal Code, chapter 15.56 for the purpose of expanding the role of the Building Code Board of Appeals to review and make recommendations to the council on building code adoption.
Second.
Take a roll call. Any further discussion? Okay, let's take a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
I have no report. Thank you.
So moved. Aye.